Hello. Prepare for music. It's quite sudden. It's actually quite loud for me. Oh, there's one thing I need to do. Well, I don't always forget. I often forget though. Because I'm silly. Do Super blue. But yeah, hello and welcome into part 2. And it's been 2 days since I last played. So I'll need to remember how on earth this weird game works. I'm just connecting the bot to the chat. I forgot to do that. That should be working. Yep. Okie dokie. Ah yes, my hard save. A good place to leave it. What was the game we played before? And I used names like that for the saves. I think it was No One Lives Forever 2. I had save games like that. So yeah, I mean this game, it runs alright, but it doesn't feel as smooth as other games for sure. There's something about it. Maybe it's because I'm playing on a 120Hz monitor, and maybe it's not quite hitting that number. So what are we doing? While trying to find Muddy, Mike Durbin for Arthur Kilpatrick, you heard an answer machine message that he's heading downtown. Yes, I remember that. Bloody mess. Is that a Fallout reference? It probably is. That quest name. Some of the guys who worked at Troika Games were formerly Black Isle employees. Of course, they did Fallout. Morning, Harvey. Shoot things? I'm not a shooter, though. Have you seen me trying to shoot something in this game yet? It doesn't go too well. Tongue is hiding in an oil tank not far from the asylum. I should do that one. Well, here's the asylum. This isn't an oil tank, this is a dumpster. Megahertz computing. Oh yeah. Sometimes I try and click on things to interact with them. I don't know why. No excuse for that. It's also a dumpster. Foxy boxes. Love to get into there, but no. Throw a bullet. Who needs combustion on a tube to direct the propelled chuck of metal that you pitch? Yeah. I mean, if you're good enough, if you level up your throwing capability high enough, then the world's your oyster, really. This guy has seen better days. Baseball references for vampires exclusively. Twilight vampires played baseball in the first movie / book, so that's their canon sport of choice. Good to know. These are I'm learning. Nope, nothing down there. Maybe it's down here.
Corruption of the soul is pandemic. There is no hiding your true face to the judge of souls. Redemption cannot be bought and sold. There is no mercy.
Ah, this opens. Just having a look around. Imagine waiting for thousands of years, something that thousands of years, something to do. You're bored of shit, and then they invented baseball. Yeah, I mean, makes sense to me. Actually, I've never seen an actual game of baseball in my life. We used to play a game. It's at school called Rounders, which is kind of like baseball, but yeah.
The one and only. Don't bother with the introductions, fledgling. I know who you are.
You do?
News travels down the kindred grapevine like wildfire. And that courtroom spat between LaCroix and Nines Rodriguez is a juicy little morsel. And you in the middle. How interesting.
That's great. So you know I survived.
Oh, you did you? Well, I wasn't worried. So why did you need to find me? What did you need?
I need to get to that warehouse for Mercuria. You know Mercuria?
Oh, never mind. The warehouse, though. I've been watching the place. The Sabbat has a bunch of low-life humans working day and night to move stuff through there. There's some major staging going on.
The Sabbath?
The Sabbat. Jeez, you are green. It's like this.
Yes, I am.
We're all monsters, like it or not. I'm not gonna say the Sabbat are the evil vampires, because none of us are the good guys here. But the Sabbat, they glorify their monstrous nature. They refuse to hide it, and go out of their way to show it. They're also brainless and reckless. They have a life expectancy of a vampire fruit fly.
Can you get me inside the warehouse?
Yes, I can. Just tell me when you're ready, and we'll leave. Once you're there, however, you're on your own. You'll have to get into the place and plant the explosives in the middle office to take the whole structure down.
Let me get a few things together first.
Alright, I guess. Come back when you're ready to go. But don't be too long, fledgling. This isn't really something we planned around your schedule.
Whatever, see ya. That's rude. You have located Bertram Tongue. Your next step is to blow up the warehouse. I mean, I guess we do that. I'm just looking at my other quests, but yeah, I might as well do that.
You ready to go?
Let's go. I think it's just Foxy Boxes. It's not even Foxy Boxes. I don't know. I picked up on it right away, but maybe that's just my mind. I wonder if you can change the crouching so that it's a toggle. I don't think you can. It's a bit bum, isn't it? Is it? I don't. Have I blocked that out of my mind already in 2 days? Probably should have fed on that person, but oh well. Too late now. take some bullets just in case I do want to cap someone. I have a shotgun with 1 shot in it or something. That's pretty exciting. Is the audio okay? It seems like the game is louder than it was last time, or maybe that's just me. Oh, I know what it is. There you go, it's fine. Said feed attempt failed, so I just went for the old kill. Probably quick save, shouldn't I? Just in case something horrible happens. In case there's a magic soft lock that just prevents me from getting any further. Just adjusting the audio here. See how that goes. Maybe that's too loud, I think. It's hard to tell because, like, you have moments like this where you're kind of creeping along. There's nothing really going on. You feel me? More dumpster diving. Oh, this is just a bum. Nothing to be afraid of, right? Thank you.
Yo, what the fuck is going on here tonight? Marcus is all in everyone's face and shit.
Didn't you hear? A new shipment came in, some pretty serious hardware.
Hold on, just gonna adjust it again, sorry.
Yeah, I heard. But what the fuck? We get that kind of shit in here all the time. What's so different about tonight?
I don't know. Marcus is tense as a motherfucker. Maybe he heard something.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, but keep your fucking eyes open. And someone better tell those clowns in the freight house to quit playing cards before Marcus comes out and starts peeling fucking caps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
These guys sound like they should be in Kingpin. Though maybe they're not swearing enough to be in Kingpin. I'm looking to see if I have anything to throw. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, I didn't mean to. Why would it does not just lead into here anyway? Yeah, I don't know why you would want to pick that open. Unless you just want a quick way to get back, I suppose. Throw bullets. I wish I could. I actually wish I could. Because I would do it right now. Like, they didn't... It seems like they didn't put anything in this area regarding throwables. You know, I would love to throw a bottle or something, but nope. My unarmed seems to be better than my weapons at the moment, just because of the way I've spec, so...
Free, motherfucker! Ow.
Yeah, just kill him. I don't care about this guy. Like, I just wreck people with my fists, so who needs weapons, huh? What's that? Oh, it's a tarn. Sell that for $2 later. Should probably sell all my melee weapons, to be honest. I can get free this. Pick some stuff.
Shit, relax, Holmes. I'm in.
Yo, Marcus is getting all crazy on me tonight, right? What the fuck? Something going down tonight. He knows something we don't.
I know you best keep your voice down, Holmes. Marcus don't play that shit.
What shit? I'm just asking a question.
That's the shit he don't play.
Look, both of you just shut up and play your fucking cards. Where the hell's Junior?
He's inside watching the steps. Guess Marcus kind of scared him.
Shit, I guess Junior's smarter than he looks.
I'm surprised my little meter is like down at 0 there. I don't fully understand how the stealth in this works. It seems like that number goes up if you're closer to them. So it seems to be based on range, if they can see you, more than anything. Obviously it depends on your stealth stat and stuff as well. Hi there. Disappointed by the lack of throwables in this game, let me tell you. It's weird, I haven't made a stealth character, but I can't help but at least try to play it a little stealth. Oh. Guess they heard me jumping into the train. Confederate Atlantis. Or Atlantic, sorry. Are you sure you want to do that? Oh, you. A little bit awkward because I'm above them. Does drinking blood give back health? It does, it looks like, yeah. Good to know. Yeah, the combat in this is very jank, isn't it? It's not exactly elegant. There's still some satisfaction to be had out of it, just seeing the guys kind of fly about when, when you hit them, but yeah, it's not very good. Is that it? Is this a dead end? No, there's this door. Yeah, exactly. Oh, a throwable. That's novel. Oh, cannot save while holding an item. It's interesting. Hey, oh my goodness. What? Okay. Do you want me to see me try and use a gun? This is gonna go so bad. Can't hit anything. Only a damage as well if I do hit them. Better, you're just so much better off just walking up to them and going, blah. Why shoot them when you can punch them and do over double damage? Can I do that? Let's look at my stats again. Oh, so my lockpicking's only at 2 at the moment. I've got 19 experience points? What? How did that happen? I could put my strength up to level 4. I'm not gonna though. It seems like I'm definitely leaning towards just being pure, like, unarmed fighter, which I'm totally okay with. It wasn't what I was planning, but it just happened. We'll put a point in scholarship, or, you know, 3 points, you know what I mean? One of these red circles. No. If we're gonna go unarmed, there's no point in putting points into that. Dexterity. Maybe I should put that up 1. I got 3 points left. Can I spend them anywhere? I can put them in the firearms or melee, but maybe put another point into scholarship. Alright. Petition that you call all stat boosts red circles from now on and never ever as points. It's more words though, it's less efficient. Oh yeah, I forgot the reason why I did this. Hello to Chaos siblings. Yes, this is my first time playing. So yeah, I should be able to get past this if I use my blood buff. Nice. I hope you're doing well, Chaos. More shells for a weapon that I'll probably not use. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just happy it's the weekend. Honestly, it's been a pretty hard week for me. But yeah, I'm just yeah, it's good to be able to chill, hang out with people. So it's all good. It's a good time. Why have I got this out? Just to reload it. Yeah. Oh, hello there. Is this a bad guy? Probably. Let's lean. And when I say lean, I say peek. Okay, perfect. They love going to the toilet in this game, and when I say going to the toilet, they don't go to the toilet. That's not at all what I wanted to do. The prompt came up and I did hit E, but you turn around immediately. And then out of panic, I I unleashed my shotgun, but I forgot I had it equipped. They seem to, the way they handle enemies in this, it seems like they're very, like, separated. They don't really come out of their zones. They kind of stay in their own area.
Where you going, man?
Come on, come get me. See, it doesn't seem like they really do come after you that much. Maybe they're just being sort of smart, because why would they come after me? Nice. Doors are a bit funny in this game sometimes. That was a bit janky. I saw like someone through the wall there for a split second. Oh, this game is, in general is very janky though, let's be honest. Oh, he shot his buddy. Nice. Oh, this is the objective. I don't actually want to do that yet. In case it ends or whatever. Seed of Lost interested me already. I still wish the whole game was in first person. Or like you could choose to play the whole game in first person. Rather than it going in between two different perspectives, but that's just me whinging, isn't it? Look at that. Probably didn't do anything at all. Okay. They're still fixated. Silent kill. Oh. Oh. Oh no. I do like the way the shotgun sounds. Sounds kind of bad quality wise, but oh. You can do it. The doors in this game are busted. Like half of the time if you open them, they close again because there's something in the wire. Okay. Bit messy, but sure, did it. That doesn't open. Ammo that I don't really need, but I'll take it anyway. This was 20 years ago. Following people hadn't been an invented way to deal with intrusive individuals. It wasn't until 2010 that someone says, hey, let's go after that person. The invention was met with immediate derision. But once people tried it and it gained momentum, everyone else followed through. Yes, exactly. Sure. Something like that. Oh, this box you can push. Exciting. Does that mean that you can jump on top? Kind of. There we go. Yo, what's up? I assume this guy's bad. Just because he doesn't have a weapon doesn't mean I'm not going to kill him. You understand? Reload this even though it's useless, but yeah, guess I'll do this now. For 3 minutes. I guess I'll go the way I came, I guess. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Take that. Oh, I can see why you would want to pick that lock open towards the start here now. Vampire's definitely a bit tougher. It seemed like they forced you into combat in that scenario. My understanding is that most of this game can be stealth, but that seemed like something that you would have to deal with there. Did it. Is that the White Wolf itself?
The warehouse. Your handiwork, I presume?
Yeah, that was me.
Hopefully no Sabbat saw you escape. They can be somewhat antagonistic.
So who are you and why have you been following me?
I see my reputation for once does not precede me. My name is Beckett. I haven't been following you per se. We've just coincidentally been at the same places at the same time, for different reasons. So sorry if I unnerved you. Tell me, have you by chance seen or felt anything strange since your embrace?
I didn't really see anything out of the ordinary.
Most of my contacts here report sensing something unusual in the night air, like a sense of dread or pressure. But I'm not a native to these parts, so I can't tell if it's irregular. And since you're still fresh, perhaps you're not attuned to it. Pleasure meeting your acquaintance, but there are rumblings for me to discredit. We shall, I'm certain, meet again. Or never again. Good night, young one, and be careful. You're very likely being hunted by the Sabbat.
Night. Beckett. The ghost part, yeah, it was pretty good. It was surprisingly good, actually. It definitely had pretty good atmosphere to it.
Nice work, Cupcake.
Thank
I felt
you.
that explosion a mile away. It's all over the news, too. Man, there's gonna be some pissed off Sabbat just howling for blood tonight.
Thanks. You know someone named Beckett?
Beckett? Well, I know of him. Why?
I spoke with
No
him.
kidding. Huh. Must be something major happening if he's in town. Beckett is a historian of sorts. He's unearthed more vampire lore than anyone. Well, that's all Beckett does. Seek the truth behind our condition.
Vampire lore, the best kind of lore. I'm out of here, Bertram. Peace. That's a great, great send off, but I'm not going to say that. I'm going to ask more questions.
What do you need?
What was the deal between you and Therese Borman?
That was just silly vampire politicking, Cupcake. No more. You get used to that kind of thing.
Sounded pretty vicious to me.
Of course it did. As if vampires and women both weren't insecure enough. Get them together in one Malkavian body, and look what happens.
I think you have a thing for drama queens.
Yeah, no kidding. Now that the Camarillas moved into L.A., Therese wants the title of Prince of Santa Monica. I guess she saw me as a threat. Funny thing is, I could care less.
What man is not intrigued by fame and power?
I wouldn't want to be the Prince of Terre Haute. I leave that headache to the Ventru. Besides, there's only like 4 vampires in all of Santa Monica. Some kingdom.
Did you know that she and Jeanette are the same person?
I had my suspicions. What an interesting specimen. But a pain in my dead ass for sure.
I've got a few more
Like what?
questions. I had some questions about the clans.
Clans are just bloodlines, you know. A common root shared and passed on from sire to child.
Tell me about the Bruja.
They're a bunch of malcontents. They get pumped up by rousing the rabble they keep around them. Like that's hard. Nothing breeds faster than contempt. And that's what the Bruja are all about. Jealousy and contempt.
Let's ask about another clan. Let's ask about the Gangrel.
They fancy themselves loners and drifters running around the countryside and barking at the moon. It's all just an act. Gangrel can walk upright. They just choose not to. Sure.
Malkavians, please.
Malkavians are, interesting. There's something to them. Learning to sort the wisdom from the bullshit can be some work, and, not all of them are worth listening to, but, they're all good fun, if you ask me.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
ask about the sex.
The Anarchs. Yeah, I respect what they do, strenuous liberty and all that jazz, but they're kidding themselves. Wherever there's an ounce of power to be had, there'll be people dicking each other over. You think the Camarilla invented that?
What do you know about Nines Rodriguez?
From what I hear, he's a likable sort, and that's a problem. Nines Rodriguez is the kind of guy you want on your side, and more kindred go anarch every day 'cause of him.
Cause, it's a good word.
Yeah. The Camarilla works. When you let vampires run wild, you wind up with caitiff frenzying in the streets, then bloods blowing the Masquerade, and hunters sniffing around. Law and order is the kindred's friend.
What do you think of Prince Lacroix?
What am I gonna say? He's the boss now.
Yeah, but what about the guy who decapitated my sire?
He's LaCroix's iron fist. No one knows the sheriff, really, except LaCroix. No one even knows the guy's name.
I always forget
There's
this guy's
lots of rumors
name.
about him, though. I heard LaCroix picked him up in Africa over 100 years ago. Obviously, they work well together.
I see.
Sure. You better get back downtown. Prince LaCroix is gonna want to hear all about this victory.
I'm on my way. He knows everything, doesn't he?
Way to the apocalypse! Always room for heathens in the cold and oily pits of the damned!
Anything down here? No, literally the void is down here. Is that a bug? I don't. Okay. Does Arthur have anything to say?
Hey, Sugar. Great to see you again.
Not really. Literally 5 head. Yeah, I don't even have that emote. Because I'm so cool. I don't have the popular emotes. For the most part.
Have seen the face of the demon!
And obviously when I say I'm so cool, I'm being very sarcastic regarding that.
I have seen the face of the demon!
What else have we got going on?
I did! The bones of your
Yeah.
enemies will rise up and reclaim the flesh!
I've always been kind of like that. Like, I've never really been much for memes. Let's go downtown, I guess. Was that taxi always there? Or did that, like, shit? Whoa. Oh my goodness.
Let's drain it. Let's stake it and leave it out for the sunrise.
We're going to have a lot of fun with this one. Think you could blow up our warehouse and get away with it? Ah, lick.
It wasn't me.
Let's pull out its eyes and its tongue and its teeth. I want its teeth.
Camarilla fuck. Boys, I think we could all use a little entertainment. Those of you sitting in the first few rows will get wet.
Good lord.
Son of a bitch!
Leave.
There's 3 of us, Rodriguez.
Yeah. 3 of us. What are you gonna do? Shoot us?
This ain't over. We'll find you. You too, Rodriguez. You're both dead. Nobody messes with a Sabbat and lives.
Keep moving. Trouble sure seems to like you. Good effort.
Wow,
Execution needs a little work. You look like shit. Name's Nines.
Hello, Nines. Yeah, he's clearly upgraded his gun skill anyway.
Should have been more careful, newbie. This ain't the burbs.
I'll remember that.
You do that. Me? I got things to deal with. Why don't you pay me a visit at the last round tonight? I don't know what you've heard so far, but it's time you heard the real story.
I'll do that.
This is a mean existence. Stay out of trouble, kid.
I'll try. Yeah, exactly. Pwned. Elite hacksaws. I wonder how you get back. Probably find another taxi, yeah.
Hey, honey, looking for a date?
You know it, no. I should probably go back. Does this cost me money?
Need a ride?
Hopefully it doesn't. I want to go back and check my apartment. Yay. Check my computer.
Has scientists scratching their heads. Found by a jogger early on Tuesday morning who says he smelled it a mile away. The mystery creature is thought to be some form of giant octopus.
Yeah, I've read that already.
Biologists that have examined the monster have commented that
Email.
they've never seen anything like it in the cephalopod family before. They speculate that it could be from a yet undiscovered family of sea creatures.
Your assistance was much appreciated in regards to the woe with blood. Please find your payment in the mailbox. Yes, I've done that.
This morning, though without any trace of its operator or passengers. Cambodian officials have dispatched several military units into the area to search through the surrounding jungle, amidst concerns that it is related to one of a number of Southeastern Asian terrorist organizations based in the region. 3 American citizens are among the missing. A recent outbreak of several highly contagious diseases in downtown
I didn't know
Los
I had more
Angeles
blood
has CDC
packs in there.
concerned Los Angeles may be a hot zone.
Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna go back on taxi.
Hop in.
Okay, let's go. Wonder if your choices are actually make any difference at all, or if it's just simply a role-playing thing. Those guys are cool. Yeah, yeah. Really good taxi guy. What's in here? Nothing. Baby cell. The heckening. Skyline Apartments are pretty close to here. Really? I like it so far. One. How can you not have hours of fun with this? Hello.
Hey, honey. Looking for a date?
No, I'm actually alright. Just wanted to say hi. What's up? I guess it depends. I mean, everyone's different in that regard. There's definitely some games that I wouldn't stream. Like, I don't know. Can't think of a good example. Anything that's really like puzzle related, I wouldn't want to stream. I just think that would be torturous. Me getting stuck on something and everyone else knows the answer apart from me. Even though I did obviously stream Broken Sword earlier, like a month ago. But that was a game required. But yeah. Depends, I think. I mean, I think my chat's been pretty quiet for this game, but I mean, that doesn't bother me, I don't care. I think this is the apartments, maybe? Maybe it's not. I went into the wrong thing. No, this is different.
I knew you'd talk to me. I swear you were all like totally drawn to me. I'm surprised I don't know you. I usually meet all the LA vampires out on the scene. Not a lot of you out tonight, which is weird, because I don't know of any parties going on.
Vampires, huh? No. I think you have the wrong person.
No, come on. It's totally cool. I'm Patty. Seriously, everyone knows me. Besides, I just wanted to ask you if you've seen someone.
Fine. Who?
His name is Kent Allen Ryan. He's a Toreador.
Oh, one of my people.
He dresses really well, like all Prada usually.
No, I don't know him.
Oh, well, he's pretty powerful. He's probably like too far behind the scenes for you to know about him. Maybe you know some of the people who work for him.
Alright, look, I have to go.
No, don't go. I really need to find him. Really. Maybe you can ask around.
Why should I?
Oh, look. I haven't seen him in days. He said he'd come see me again. He promised. I might age. He promised I wouldn't get thirsty.
Have some composure.
Well, fine. You're just some ugly fledgling bitch.
Wow.
I've hung out with way more powerful vampires than you'll ever know. I wouldn't drink your gutter blood if you were the last vampire on Earth.
So I won't be getting a Christmas card, is what you're saying? Oh well. Oh man. Yeah, no, I totally get, like, streaming's definitely not for everyone. Period. I'm very fortunate in that somehow, some way I've managed to click with like a very small number of people. But yeah. I like your cans. Good lord. If I buy you a drink, I won't be wasting my time, right?
Let me get my coat. I
Aww.
left it with a guy who'll be getting some off me tonight.
Everybody comes in here's got to have a short house rules. Inhibition's the first thing to go. 2 more of these and you'll be telling me your nastiest, dirtiest stories. I am your beat priestess, and it's time to confess.
These dialogue choices are great. I'm just gonna say who are you, but number 2 is great.
Venus was her name. Got anything you want to confess?
That warehouse that blew up in Santa Monica, that was me.
Oh yeah? I've been waiting for someone like you to come in here. You see, I've got this situation that's gotten a little out of hand, and I need someone to inform some people that they won't be getting paid this month. Intrigued yet?
Intrigued? Go on.
Well, the parking lot next to the Empire Hotel. Couple of guys, Russian accents, bit thick. I need you to tell them Venus doesn't have their money. That's it.
I'll do it.
I expected you'd bite. Empire Hotel, tell them I'm broke. You can run, right? Never mind, just don't go starting any street fights, alright? These guys are connected. Anyhow, a lot of people have yet to confess to the beat priestess. Later, darling.
Back in a minute. Can I dance? Yes, I can. And then everyone's like, what are you dancing for? And they walk away out of disgust.
What?
I'm boxed in.
Night out, huh?
There we go.
Nice night out, huh?
I would understand that if I picked one of the other classes, but I'm supposed to be a quote-unquote, like, attractive class or whatever. I don't get it. The facial animations were before its time. I wouldn't say the facial animations in Half-Life 2 would say were better. But yeah, no, these are pretty good.
Hey, big bender.
Something funny about this game. Is something GTA 5 does. They mock LA stereotypes. Yeah. No, I just, it's all the kind of... It's like the excess and the kind of cosmetic aspect of LA. Like those are the stereotypes that come to mind as a foreigner. Insane introductions. Imagine they practice them on their lonesome in front of their mirror. Probably, yeah. Wouldn't surprise me at all. That guy's just hanging out. This place, it mustn't be doing too well. I mean, it's not that many people. Locked. Email addressed to you is sent to your computer. Sent to the computer in your haven. What's down here? Nothing, it looks like. Oh, it's just a manhole. Or a person hole, I should say. Nocturne Theatre. Skyline Apartments. Ah, okay. Hello, Fred. Must have walked past that earlier. Good evening, Fred. Gant. Liquid Demon Seed. Dank Stank. Sex. Triple Team. Yellow Snow. Is it? Fred Gant's registered, trademarked catchphrase. Let's get a good look at these cards, Get a nice wine card. A Troika Games card. Rent a friend. These are like they're not cards, they're pamphlets. Let's see, this place seems like it might be kind of bad. Doesn't seem like there's much going on as far as people. Anyway, might be a trap. Rent a friend. Some Duke Nukem 3D-esque stuff here. Or Sin, if you prefer. Email. Email. Oh, did I fail that? Oh. It's the first time I've like failed. Oops. Simon Milligan. He's on TV, so odds are footage of his place will eventually be worth something eventually. Gotta keep an eye on him. Yeah, it's one of those kind of people. Sean Milton. He's a slob. He never really has chicks over. Some guy has been staying with him lately, so I haven't wanted to watch much. Okay. App 3, Georgia Welsh. This rich broad is pretty hot. She's pretty hot, pal. The password on her door is 9648. So maybe I'll sneak in there and steal some panties to auction off online. And then apartment 4, vacant. No reason to keep an eye on this one. And then 5, Paul Anderson. I thought there was no reason to watch him, but then I caught him upstairs. I'll keep the tape rolling. And then apartment 6, Hannah Glazer. A gold mine. Something hot is always going down in here. And that something is usually Hannah herself. So, yeah, I shame I can't get into the email. What's my... let's see. At one point though, if I could level it if I wanted to. If I get another experience point, that is. I do like hacking the computers, it's very handy. I'm one of those people when it comes to games like this, I do like having the ability to open all the things and lock all the stuff if I can. Nice, but... at the same time, you have to kind of accept that you're not gonna get everything or see everything. Pretty dark in here. Oh, it's a hole. I wonder if this leads to anywhere special. Or if it's just like the general kind of sewer for the area. Go down this way. And this looks like it's the sewer for the area. Yeah. Well, at least that's good to know that exists. Security seems to have a one-track mind here. It does. You're absolutely right about that. Check out this vent, I guess. Is it a hole still a hole covered? The person cover still a person cover when it's covering a hole? If the hole isn't a hole when it's covered? Yes, is the answer. Look at that, very poor mirror, no flushable toilet, no usable sink, 0 out of 10. Caroline. It's in the rulebook, it's on the wiki, is it? The bogs in Sin were next level. They were excellent, yeah. Mom's best brew. Alright, that's all it is the shot glass. I thought it was gonna be the drawer I was interacting with. Or vent. Ooh, a photo. Nosferatu. Let's see, email. See if I can hack this one. No. Upcoming shows. Show 17. Hospital horror at dilapidated hospital, downtown area. This place is very spooky. Minimal work required. The place is scary as hell. We'll say it's the ghost of a nurse who feels that she still has patients to serve. I'm in show 18. Eternal unrest. There's a cemetery in Hollywood. It's full of actors with more than just dead careers. Again, it shouldn't take much effort on our part. So there you go, low effort movie making. That sounds like LA to me. Simon Miller. Just checking there wasn't anything else I wanted to look at here. Don't think. Oh, that was weird. I jumped and it like flung me back. So that's it then. What was could I open this? Yeah, and then this is just a dark room as well. Oh, physics. Oh no, this is the bathroom. If it's a 0 out of 10. How could I forget? Throw that away. Low effort movie making would be a good movie making company name. Would it? Is it? Is it really? So we're on the ground floor, I assume. Locked. You get what you pay for. I like it. This is literally where I just was. Number 2, please. Oh no, that's the wrong skill. Don't know how I moved off blood buff, but I did. Okay, well this is a bit different.
still on for tonight. Meet me at the agreed-upon location across from the bar by the underpass. Bring your associate, Mr. Durbin, as it is a two-man job that I am proposing. With any luck, the two of you are already on your way, and I shall see you soon. Goodbye.
Nick Cage, yep.
Mr. Milton, you know who this is, and I do hope you realize that we're still on for tonight. Meet me at the agreed-upon...
Power stereo, that must be used or something. Or unless you sell it. Kendo for advanced students. Picking up a lot of guff here, aren't they? Need a research skill of at least 5 to use that item. Money. Yep, that's what a guitar sounds like when you throw it around. Yep, definitely. One of the worst things about this game, honestly, are the doors. Down here. Oh, is this, yeah. But the ladder... Oh, it keeps going up. I do like the ambience. Very good. Oh right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think you've complained about the banging that happens in Crumsbury pretty often. Oh, my hacking skill just isn't good enough anymore. It needs to be upgraded. Which is a shame. Did I check the upstairs in that previous apartment? I don't think I did. Or maybe I tried and I didn't or something, I don't know. I can check. My mind is like that sometimes. I'm always like, did I do the thing that I wanted to do? This is a nice bog. I like the tiles. I'm just gonna assume I checked that one. What's locked? Oh, and that's locked too. Wonder if I can pick lock it open. The front door. Oh yeah. Of course. Open that up, close that up. This door should be open. Then we can take the lift. F4, 6-8 or something like that. What is that? I think maybe the game takes a note of it for me. Maybe not. Info? No. Welcome to VBAS. Ablutions? Ablutions? I don't know. You tell me, Fred. Amazing. Okay. Go to number 1 again. I hope you're looking forward to I hope you're looking forward to doing that lift ride again, cause it's coming. Ablutions? It sounds familiar, but knowing Fred, it's hard to tell if it's real or if it's a typo. It's one of those ones, you know? 50-50, I think. Fred's so offended now. Ruined Fred's day. See, it's not the one I wanted. Because I think the number is for... 9648, but I think that's for the wrong thing. And I think I tried that, actually. So yeah, I don't know how to get it. Not yet, anyway. Okay. We'll leave all that. Trash the place as you leave, because that's how you do it, isn't it? If you're not trashing every room you go into, you're playing the game wrong. Guess we'll explore a little bit more. I've already been in there. What's that place called? Confession. Wonder what's up here.
I don't want to talk to you. Move.
A person hole. This leads me. What's this? I guess we'll find out.
Greetings, neonate. Might I assume you received my invitation? I have been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time.
Yeah, I got it. I'm assuming you are...
Strauss. Maximilian Strauss. I am the regent of this chantry. Welcome.
I'm not surprised, but I wouldn't know that then, Fred. A regent? What's that?
A regent is the leader of a chantry, as well as a teacher to young Tremere apprentices who are studying the mysteries of our clan.
And cool. What's a chantry?
A chantry is a local gathering place for those of the Tremere clan. I live here, as do apprentices from time to time.
I'm new around here, Max. What's the word in the street?
Let me give you some advice, young one. Your survival in kindred society will often depend on your ability to find out yourself what is going on around you. Remember that well.
Thanks, Dad. No, I appreciate the advice.
As for what is going on here in downtown, the word on everyone's lips, kindred or kind, seems to be epidemic.
No, The Matrix came out in 1999, so all of the Matrix movies were out before this. Yeah. Yeah, why? What's going on?
It seems that disease has been spreading at an alarming rate throughout the downtown population. Considering our particular appetites, the local kindred are more than concerned about these developments.
Disease spreading at an alarming rate for a downtown population. Sounds to me interesting. Dude, that shit is whack.
Yes, indeed. My opinion is that the local anarchs are responsible for these outbreaks. Their precipitous indulgence of certain passions often leads to such things. Ergo, their need for the watchful eye of the Camarilla.
Camarilla, what's that all about?
The Camarilla. It is merely a kindred sect that exists to protect its members from the outside world. There are specific codes of behavior that we abide by in order to ensure the continuance of our species. It is nothing more and nothing less.
Can I ask you a few more questions?
Surely. What else would you like to know?
Are all vampires a part of the Camarilla?
No. There are many independent clans who are not aligned with the Camarilla. And the Sabbat is another sect of various vampire clans whose beliefs are very different than our own. Unsavory sorts, to say the least. I understand you have already run afoul of them.
Yeah, good things. Nine Rodriguez was there to help me out.
Ah, yes, the infamous Mr. Rodriguez. I understand you owe him your life twice now. Had he not intervened, the prince would have surely had that hound of his separate your head from your shoulders.
You're probably right.
In any case, it's a shame that Rodriguez cannot see the wisdom of the Camarilla. He would make a powerful ally. As it is, he is a significant thorn in LaCroix's side, which serves my purposes just the same.
Your purposes? Aren't your purposes and the prince's the same?
LaCroix is a prince, neonate, and a Ventrue on top of that. Even if he weren't as young and indiscriminate as he's already proven himself to be, But I say too much. Let us just say that he and I have differing ideas on the use of power.
How dare you? It's alright, you can trust me. What is your true opinion of him?
Well, without saying too much, I think that Sebastian Lacroix lacks the usual discretion necessary to be a prince. I see in him a lust for power that overshadows his responsibility to the Camarilla.
Really? Perhaps you can do a better job?
No, young one. I aspire not to such lowly heights. My only interests are those of my clan and the Camarilla.
In that order?
You will do well in this new life, young one. That I can see already.
I hope so.
Surely. What else would you like to know?
Why aren't the Anarchs in the Camarilla?
The Anarchs feel that they don't need the structure and discipline of the Camarilla. I feel that they pose a threat, both to those loyal to the Camarilla and to themselves. Most are mere children and need our guidance.
The young ones, yes.
Surely. What else would you like to know?
I'm going to say number 4.
Of course.
I have a few questions for you.
What is it you would like to know?
Let's talk about something else. Maybe I could look into the epidemic for you.
An interesting proposition. If you succeed in finding the cause of this epidemic and putting an end to it, I will compensate you appropriately for your efforts.
I'll do it. We'll figure out what you owe me when I return.
Very well. Again, I recommend speaking with the Anarchs. You can find most of them at the local watering hole, reveling in the vices of their former lives. I believe the place is called The Last Round.
Yeah, we haven't been there yet. I'll check in with you later. That was great TV back when TV was a lot better than it is now. It fell apart sometime after 2002. So nearly 20 years of crap. Is this just where I was? See? It's all mind games. Look at that, amazing. I love it. I like stuff like that. I think that's cool. Those kinds of mazes that just kind of like confuse you and go, what? You know? So I don't think there's actually anything. It's all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and Pepper and Heavy D Up. I'm in the limousine. So yeah, let's actually leave. No, don't want to be here. You can see that there's a little judder. Locked. When they teleport you in front of the door. 2002, but the first episode of EastEnders was shown 19th of February 1985. I know, but it was good to begin with, you know, back with Lofty, you know, what an absolute legend. When you think of like top 10 most badass characters of all time in fiction, I think Lofty is probably number 3 or number 4. He's up there anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nasty Nick, Dirty Dan, I mean, amazing stuff.
What's up, sister? You enlightened?
No.
Sorry, sister. Come back when you've become enlightened. You enlightened yet, sister?
Yeah.
Sorry, sister.
Well.
Come back when you've become enlightened.
Jumbles, that's a nice name. If I have a cat, I'll call it Jumbles. It's quite a good name. I wonder what is that place? How was it? The Enlightenment place. Okay. So I need to go left here. Anything up here? Hollowbrook Hotel. This is where I was. Then I wish wikis for games had more screenshots of the characters. Some of them do, but the majority of them are just like, this is Patty, she's an asshole, no one likes her. Includes a 200 by 200 profile picture. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't go onto a lot of those websites, but yeah, some of the ones I've been onto are definitely a bit lacking, so to speak. Nothing to do with EastEnders. Are you sure? I'm sure there's a Patty in there somewhere. I know there's Pat. Pat's definitely an EastEnders character. Shout out to Pat. Well, this is one way to sneak in, isn't it? Oh. Dirty condoms for $1. Nice.
Well, if it ain't the talk of the town, poster child for Camarilla benevolence. What does the prince have his little bitch doing today?
Whatever, you're not even worth a snappy comeback later.
You showed up. Good. Here's what I gotta tell you. And so you know, I don't lecture, I don't rap, I'm no bureaucrat.
You don't rap?
Just a
That's a
guy
shame.
out of nowhere came to be involved in something 500 times bigger than you and me.
Go on.
You got a right to know the score. The Camarilla, this is the short of it. They operate a lot like a pyramid scheme. There's a bunch of these old timers at the top with God only knows what plots in mind. They lose their power, they die. They sired more to carry out their plans. And looking for a little power, then those kindred sired for their own schemes, and so on and on and on. It hurts my head just thinking about the mess. And it works out to is this. Only a few people at the top have any real power.
Isn't the prince the leader of the Camarilla?
LaCroix? Shit. LaCroix's just the guy who backstabbed and wheeled and dealed his way into becoming king son of a bitch of all the local Camarilla. Him and any of the traitors that sided with the Cam want power here, they'll get what's due.
Aren't you a part of the Camarilla though?
Them's fighting words, newbie. But you're young and stupid, so I won't make an example out of you. See, the Camarilla claims all of us are members, even if we don't want to be, which is, of course, the biggest load of horseshit a man ever heard.
Grand High Poobah, yes. So what are you all about?
I learned the way of this world during the Depression. Bunch of old rich bastards screwed the country. But did they suffer? No. The little people suffered. You can't trust the people at the top. The world would be a better place without them. All you can do is get a group of people together who aren't assholes. Find a place to put your feet up and make some examples of the quote-unquote elite to keep the rest the hell out. Everyone's an equal here. The same thing this country used to be about. That's what LA has been. An anarch-free state.
Anarch-free state?
The Camarilla was kicked out on their ass a long time ago. We, the anarchs, didn't want to play their politics anymore. Now LaCroix and crew pop in like they never left? No goddamn way. Their laws don't apply to us.
Not a fan of the prince, huh?
LaCroix represents everything I hate. The Camarilla, stuck-up aristocrats, rich businessmen, crooked politicians. The only place LaCroix belongs is in an urn.
Ooh, that's cold. Sounds like you're the prince of the anarchs.
No such thing. And again, newbie, don't throw those kind of words around lightly. You're risking a beatdown. I fought to keep LA free since I was embraced. A long time later, I'm one of the only ones left that hasn't bidded or switched sides. The most veteran soldier on the battlefield.
Have you tried meeting with the Camarilla?
I got their meeting right here.
Oh my goodness. One more question. Any advice you can give me?
Here's what I tell all the new blood. 1, you get careless, that blood will make you into a monster. But you rampage around here, you get put down. 2, don't kill when you feed. No reason to. In this city, there's lots of ways to slake the beast without leaving a trail of dead. 3, the Camarilla's full of shit. 4, watch your back, always. And lastly, learn how to fight. because a speech ain't gonna save your ass when you're staring down the barrel of a shotgun.
I can fight, alright. Can you teach me how to fight?
You probably already know the basics, so anything I show you is gonna take a while, and I'll need it elsewhere.
Well. Yeah, he did. He did. Thanks for all of your
LA's
help.
the school of hard knocks, so keep your friends close and your enemies in a barbecue pit. Once you square things with LaCroix, don't give that son of a bitch the time of night. I got my eye on you, kid.
Okay.
Well, well.
Oh, it's Marcus Phoenix.
One piece. How is Santa Monica, kiddo?
It was okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a stroll on the beach. So did you score a lot of skee-ball tickets down on the pier there?
No.
I can't imagine you did. Probably too busy getting pushed around by every vampire with the weakest seniority over you, am I right?
You could say that, yes.
That's usually the way the story goes. Same old bullshit politics from when you were alive, huh? Don't it make you just want to rip somebody's spine out? What? You saying that's just me?
Yeah. But I don't know. It's as soon as I realized it was John DiMaggio, it's just like I can't take this character seriously anyway. Politics? Question mark.
Politics. The stuff that makes the rich get richer, keeps the powerful in power. Look at why you're out in Santa Monica in the first place. Because Prince LaCroix said so.
You don't follow his rules?
Kid, I never answered to no man in life. Now I sure as shit ain't taking orders from a vampire with a seat and a funny name. And when I die again, the devil's gonna have to cut me a deal if he wants my ass. Besides, I never trust anybody with an X in their name.
Does anyone in the chat have an X in their name? Why did the prince send me to Santa Monica?
He never thought you'd make it back. If Nines didn't stand up for you in the courtroom, you would have been toast right there, man. Everybody knows that.
I don't get it. Why did he want to kill me?
It's bullshit Camarilla law. You gotta get it approved before you sire anyone. Vampire population control, fascist crap. LaCroix wanted to look like the strong leader upholding the law.
Yeah, Phoenix has an X in the name. So how come I'm still standing here?
Public relations, man. Calculated risk. Ventura born in a boardroom. When Nines called him out, LaCroix realized it was time to show a carefully measured dose of Camarilla compassion.
Is LaCroix afraid of Nines? I thought he was the boss.
LaCroix is the boss of the Camarilla in L.A. That's it. LaCroix is a boss. That's rich.
You're not a part of the Camarilla?
The free living dead, kiddo. A lot of people like to use the label anarchs. Whatever the hell that means. Anarchs. That's got a nice kick to it, though, huh?
Tell me about the Anarchs.
That's us, so I'm told. What do you want to know?
Who's your leader?
As much as anyone is. Nines is a stand-up guy. Takes the politics a little too seriously, though. Came up during the Great Depression, so his brain's wired to that shit.
What about the rest of Nine's crew?
Yeah, I'm not sure the story on most of them. Nine's crew.
What clan are you?
Bruja. Most everyone here has Bruja blood.
Bruja. Got a few more questions.
Moving right along.
Tell me about the Camarilla.
Oh, my favorite topic.
Tell me about Prince LaCroix.
Ah, to hell with LaCroix. I blasted better vampires' brains all over the wall. He's not the prince. He's a prince.
You've dealt like, you don't... he can't be totally worthless.
I'm not saying he's stupid. He's just an asshole and needs his teeth kicked in, that's all.
What do you know about the sheriff?
Oh, the sheriff, yeah. I love how everyone's talking about that big mystery. It's like someone embraced a doped-up gorilla.
I've got a few more questions.
What else did you need some truth about?
Tell me about the Sabbat.
Again? Does everything have to be about these dickheads?
I hope not.
The Sabbat are worthless, man. Fake tits on a zombie worthless. Fun to watch, though. Like the Three Stooges with chainsaws.
Sounds pretty good to me. They're anti-Camarilla.
Camarilla, but they suck when it comes to execution.
What's wrong with them?
The Sabbat are in the same business as the Camarilla. Sabbat have a little longer chain, but they're slaves all the same.
I've got a few more questions.
Moving right along.
Tell me about the Anarchs.
That's us, so I'm told. What do you want to know?
How long has the Anarch movement existed?
Yeah, I could tell you about the history of the movement, about our struggle. What's any of that shit mean anyway? Do we want to sit through history class here?
Yes. It's good to know about your history.
I'm no scholar, kid, but I've been around. Seen more and done more than most vampires ever will. I don't know that our situation's ever gonna be easy, but some things you gotta decide are worth fighting for.
How can you win, though?
Fight harder than the other son of a bitch. Every time I yank a jawbone from a skull and ram it in an eye socket, I know I'm building a better future.
Yeah, I agree, Fred. Does 9 share your vision?
You bet, kid.
How come you're not running the show?
Me? I never had much patience for negotiations. Everyone can live or burn. It's up to them.
What clan is 9's?
Bruja. Most everyone here has Bruja blood.
Alright, see you later. Hello, Illuminati 7777.
What's up?
I never caught your name before.
I'm Skelter. I do my part to keep California a free state for the animals.
That's actually a cool name. What is it you hate about the Camarilla so much?
The Camarilla just ain't necessary. Their rules is just common sense shit. The Masquerade and all that. Sure, it makes sense. Like the 10 Commandments. You know the 10 Commandments, don't you?
I know the 10 crack commandments. Oh, that should be what my riddle should be called. The 10 crack commandments. It's a good idea. 10 commandments, question mark?
Yeah, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. Sounds good, but you and me both know that shit don't always fly. What if some society like the Camarilla comes along and just up and kills you if you break one damn commandment?
I don't think I have 10 rules anymore. I know I used to have loads and I got rid of some of them. But yeah, Camarilla comes on, just sees and kills you if you break one damn commandment. I see your point.
Right. See, we weren't meant to live like that. Man, I followed someone else's rules for 3 years in Vietnam. But it wasn't until after the embrace that I understood real oppression.
So the Anarchs are the way, huh?
The Anarchs? We are the only ticket to free living in the afterlife, my friend.
Yeah, is it really that hard to be free as a vampire?
You've got to understand, Kindred. You're carrying a 6,000-year curse in your blood. No matter how powerful it makes you feel.
Yeah, Illuminati if you want. I would love to play it with like viewers if enough people had it. I would love to do that. It's like a stream thing, it's not gonna happen I don't think, but I would love to do that. Curse, question mark.
That blood is a tangle of chains that's going to leave you bound in servitude the rest of your existence.
Why do you say that?
Your elders command the blood. They control the blood, and the blood listens. You'll never even hear their call, but the blood will, and it'll make you obey.
How can you break free?
That shit stretches all the way back to camp. Nothing you can do. Some ancient sleeping in a tomb half a world away has a bad dream, and you gon' feel that shit. Like it or not.
Who's Kin?
King, man. Father of all vampires.
killed his brother Abel and was cursed by God to walk eternity feeding on the blood of his children. Some heavy shit, sister.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was on Game Pass. It makes sense though, because, you know, Bethesda, Microsoft. You mean Cain from the Bible? Really? Is that true?
Keep your voice down. Is Cain real? I don't know. Not sure I want to know.
I hear you, but where are you going with this?
The point is, with this curse pulling your strings, you really want to sign away your right to fight by joining the Camarilla?
But you agree with the Masquerade?
I don't need to bare my fangs to feel good about myself. The Masquerade is a fruity Camarilla lady. Other than that, I ain't got no problem with it. Live and let live. We got enough to worry about.
Yeah, so that Quake remaster is like really good. I've played a little bit, and it has not just the original game, but it has the expansions, both of the old expansions that came out for it, and 2 new expansions that were made by Machine Games. It's a lot of Quake. Bethesda kind of thing. I know, yeah, I know. That's the only thing it kind of stinks about. Amen.
You know, speaking of the Masquerade, I just thought of something you might be able to help us out with.
Tell me about it.
There's this girl who's been making a lot of noise lately. It's a real pain in the ass. She's a ghoul of this one Toreador creep who disappeared.
Okay, her name wouldn't happen to be Patty, would it?
Yeah, Patty. You must know who I'm talking about then.
So what's the problem?
She used to show up around here and act like she was everybody's best friend. It was all fun and games until that vampire sugar daddy stopped calling. Now she can't get her blood fixed and shit ain't so fun no more.
What do you want me to do about it?
She's crossed the line. Only time that mouth ain't blabbing is when it's sucking vampire blood. She's gotta disappear. Do this, and we'll keep it our little secret, you hear?
It would be my pleasure.
All right, have fun. I'd love to do this one myself, but I know her sire. Just let me know when it's done.
I have a few more questions. I don't understand this kindred shit at all.
You've got to understand, Kindred. You're carrying a 6,000-year curse in your blood.
Oh, yeah, I've already, yeah.
That blood is a your elf.
That sucks. See ya. Bye.
Sabat chased you in here, Cammy?
Why do you ask?
Heard Nine saved your ass again. You think LaCroix would have stopped counting his money long enough to get your back, Jack?
What do you mean, again?
Cammy, you'd have a whole lot less above your neck if it hadn't been for Nines calling the prince out in that courtroom. Shit. Looks like things worked out for LaCroix anyway. Got himself a new errand girl out of it.
Did I do something to piss you off?
As long as you're a tool for some cape, you don't have to say a word to start pissing me off.
What's a cape?
Cape, Cammy. Camarilla elders? The ones that have been around so long they think candlelight's a keen invention? You're doing their dirty work and you don't even know it.
I make my own fit.
That's real. Let me put it in perspective for you. The Camarilla claims every kindred's part of the organization regardless. You do something they don't like, well, you're Camarilla, so you get punished under their laws, like it or not.
Is there a point to all of this?
You need to start listening, or you're gonna wind up just like your sire.
And who the hell might you be?
I'm Damsel, den mother of these mothers, and one pissed bitch since LaCroix ruled in.
The Tremere Regent says an anarch is responsible for a local epidemic.
That goddamn Flood Witch told you what? He thinks we're responsible for that plague bearer? If I hadn't promised Nines I'd keep my nose clean, I'd go over right now and rip him a new wizard shoot. Magic missile casting motherfucker!
What's a plague bearer?
A plague bearer's a fool that doesn't care who they feed from. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. We can't get sick, but the kind can. And kindred that feed on them start spreading disease. And that gets sick, it's an epidemic. CDC's in town as we speak.
So how do you get rid of him?
Seen Old Yeller? May sound cruel, but it's necessary. If someone puts together 2 and 2 as to the real cause of an outbreak of bloodborne diseases, guess what happens? So the plague bearers gotta be found and put down. If the Camarilla really gives a damn, they'll help us out.
What's a wizard shoot? That'd be a good question, yeah. The Anarchs helped me out before. Where do I start?
One of our boys' ghouls, name's Paul, lives nearby in the Skyline Apartments. Been a stranger lately. Looked like death last time he was here. Said he didn't get bit, but maybe you can get more info out of him.
I'll go check it out.
Wait, if Paul's not talking, you might want to start questioning the homeless pot. So many have been dying lately that it takes the city a few days to pick up the bodies.
Before I go, I have a question.
Yeah?
Your thoughts on LaCroix?
Who the hell does he think he is, coming into town claiming Camarilla authority over the city? We kicked them out 60 years ago. It's like England coming back and telling the U.S. how they should do things. Fuck LaCroix.
You scared the Camarilla might siphon off more of your members?
I'd be more worried about us kicking you out again. And this time, it'll be 500 years before you scrape up enough soldiers to cross the city limit.
Whatever, I had another question.
Yeah?
Tell me about the Anarchs.
We're about passion, Canny, and freedom. Things most Camarilla types just can't understand. I could go on and on, but Skelter says it takes too long to get me off my soapbox. Ask him. Or even Jack.
No, go on. Tell me what you think.
I mean, geez, it just makes sense. Power should be redistributed amongst all of us, not just a few. Communism would actually work for Kindred, where it fails with humans. It's just common sense, you know?
I know, it's like a light switch. The emotional light switch.
Yeah?
Tell me about Smiling Jack.
Jack? Jack's Jack. Kind of a legend amongst Anarchs. There's not an Anarch in the world who wouldn't stand in rock star awe of Jack. Even the Camarilla doesn't mess with him.
Really? I had no idea. Jack's one of the cooler people I've met.
He's been around a long time. He used to be a pirate, so the rumor goes. Talk to Jack. He's never short on chat.
I had another question.
Yeah?
Tell me about Nines.
No one like him in this world or the next. He's to the Anarchs what George Washington was to the colonies, what Ho Chi Minh was to Vietnam. He is the LA Anarchs personified. He's a great leader, and yet he's humble. I'd die for him.
What crap? He's an elevated street though. Damn. No, I owe him my life. Seems like one of the only decent people I've met yet.
No one like him in the Camarilla or otherwise. Anything else?
Your thoughts on the Camarilla?
It's a sham, a pyramid scheme. Nothing but musty, withdrawn elders waging power struggles for no other reason than to keep their own ass alive for one more century. You think you have any real power in the can? You're kidding yourself.
I don't really understand it myself. I'm new to this.
You'd be better off without them. You'll see.
Maybe you're right. See you later.
Goddamn cans. You guys are all the same.
Oh, Call of Duty pinball machine. Oh, I forgot about blocking in melee combat. I haven't been doing that at all.
What? Get away from me! Leave me alone!
I need to ask you about the sickness that's been plaguing the homeless.
Oh, you do? Well, I don't believe you. You're after my aluminum cans, aren't you? Well, you're not gonna get them. Just get away!
What? You don't remember me? I'm your friend from the homeless shelter.
Ah, okay. All I know is that old Tin Can Bill. He's been jabbering about some kind of monster that took him somewhere and got him sick. That's all I know, okay? And that's all I'm saying.
Where's this Tin Can Bill?
Well, you can usually find him down in his alleyway, just across from that bar over there.
Thanks. Wow, all of my quests have been updated. I was gonna say, oh right, okay. It's weird. Kind of spoils where the other locations are as well. Kind of strange because even though I picked this one, the top quest here in Santa Monica, I've been doing stuff in downtown for it. But yeah. See what that building's all about. Good lord. You found the latest victim of the serial killer? He's torn up like the other victim on the pier.
Did you see it?
What did you see?
These two guys, the dead guy and the other, they showed up. I've been living here, so I hid. I thought maybe they was owners or cops come to clean the place out.
Who was the other guy?
A dead feller called him Muddy.
Ah, so this dead guy and Muddy, what were they doing here?
They was waiting on someone. They were going to do some kind of job, they were saying. But the person they was meeting, well, he was late. So the one guy leaves to find the phone and call him, and the dead guy stayed. Well, that's when the killer, that's when he showed up.
Showed up?
1 second he wasn't there, and then he was. Like out of the shadows he come up. Scared the shit out of the dead guy. I'd like to scream, but I couldn't breathe.
You're lucky you didn't.
Oh, that killer, he grew these claws. I swear it, I saw it. The dead guy went white like he seen the devil, and then the killer grabbed him round the neck and lifted him up and started cursing at the guy.
What did he say?
Oh, I couldn't hear too good. Something about revenge for what he did or what they did. The killer made sure the dead guy knew who he was and then ripped him open. Just tore him apart. He did it real slow and made the guy scream.
If you tell anyone that story, they'll lock you up forever. You should leave now.
Okay, I will. I don't want to never think about that again.
You better do. You talked to a bum inside an abandoned warehouse, the scene of the latest grisly murder. The bum witnessed the killing and told you the killer grew cross and ripped the victim apart. Something about revenge. Lucky Star Room, okay. Found a shredded body of Milton at the abandoned warehouse, but Durbin was nowhere to be found. You did find a key to the Lucky Star Motel though. Well, that was worth going into. Bum. Bum. Instant cash. Sounds legitimate. I think I went here. Yeah, it's how I got in the back. Wonga. Tin Can Bill. I'll look for Tin Can Bill. Fallout 76 for any good? Not really. I haven't played that much of it. I played a little bit of it. And it's not as bad as people make it out to be, but it's not very good. It's pretty boring. Maybe it's better if you played it with someone else, but... Yeah, I'm sure they did. I didn't play it at launch. I played it like a year after it came out. They added NPCs. Yeah, that's right. Well, I didn't know that they added NPCs, but I knew that there weren't any. That was the big thing. The game felt so kind of lifeless, really. There we go.
There, huh? Old Bill can't see too good these days. Is that you, Betty? I ain't got no booze tonight, so you may as well get the hell out of here.
I don't need your booze, old man. Tell me what you know about this epidemic.
Yeah, I might be able to. But I'm awful thirsty tonight, miss. Would you spare $5 for a man who's been down on his luck?
Sure. I'll give it to you right after we talk.
Thank you much. I'm going to have to go pick up some hooch. For medicinal purposes, you know. Now, I know you ain't going to believe old Bill, because I've been telling my friends and the cops and everyone since it happened. And people just say that it's the hooch talking and nothing more.
With the way you smell, I'm not surprised they think that.
It was a monster, you see. Monster with his face all twisted and ugly, teeth longer than your finger, and these eyes, piss yellow and full of hate. I've never seen eyes like that before. Still giving me bad dreams.
So what happened?
He grabbed me, threw me over his shoulder, took me to the bad place, the dark place. Oh, God, the smell, worse than anything I've... And then he bit me, my neck. Oh, God, it was horrible. Don't remember too much after that. Blacked out and woke up here in my alley. Haven't been feeling too well since then.
Bill, I need to know where the monster took you.
Came up through the sewers, he did. Just around the corner there. Don't want to go back to the bad place, friend. Don't let the monster come back and take me there.
Will you die already? Good riddance, you pathetic drunk. There you go. That's the end of him. Tin Can Bill is dead. Yeah, I don't know what's on Game Pass. I know, like, everyone... Well, not everyone, but most people who, have it, you know, really like it. I'll probably stream Yakuza eventually. Someone's saving points up for it. Ba, 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 ba. Incam Bill has pointed you in the direction of the sewers near where he took his last breath. Possible home for the play bar. So I should really just go back and go to the yeah, Illuminati, exactly. My understanding is that you should always start with Yakuza 0. That's what a lot of people say. Was it this seer or was it a different one? Locked. I think you can, but it makes the most sense to start off with that one. Story-wise. I've only played a little bit of it myself. The water's kind of bugging out here. Yeah, no, having no luck with this. Maybe I went into the wrong hole. Yeah, that makes sense too. What's up? Ah, I see there's another hole here. And this one takes you to a completely different area. You guys excited? On the edge of my seat, fantastic, it's what I like to hear. I hope you enjoyed me picking that lock. And Didn't play much of the second one. I played the first one a lot though, back in the day. I never really got into the second one because I think when it came out my computer wasn't really good enough to play it. Swinging chain technology, very janky. Are you supposed to talk? Is your voice broken? Found your way down here, did you? Following the smell of entrails and rotting flesh? Looking for a free meal, little bloodsucker? There's meat galore in my kingdom. Hey, what's going on? You got a name or something? Business card?
Brother Canker,
there we go.
Me, High Lord in the diseased halls of the dead. Look around you. The blood, the bloated bodies, the maggot-ridden mortal shells. These are the signs, the coming of a new age.
Brother Canker, more like Brother Wanker. Got him. Any fans of Rush at Disney Pixar Adventure? Yes. Big fan. The dev responsible for that was clearly like, oh, whatever, no one will grab it anyway. Yep. How wrong they were. Why are you feeding on the homeless?
They are the weak, sick, hopeless. I bring them a new purpose. They are the vessels of darkness, carrying the diseased truth in their veins.
Darkness? I don't know what it is, but I like the sound of it.
The Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle. The darkest dawn is almost upon us. Come, join us in these last nights, spreading our disease upon the earth, sharing this unholy communion with our human herd.
Preach on, brother.
The doors have been opened, the seals broken, and the final steps into the abyss, the terrible mysteries of the Ninth Circle.
That sounds cool. Can I join up?
Come, join the disciples who have gathered here, floating in their own putrescence. I will show you the mysteries of our brotherhood as I feed on your flesh.
That must have been fun to record in the booth. Damn, and I thought we were going to be friends. Oh well, it's your funeral. Here he is. Epic boss battle, hype. Back up here. Maybe I should use a gun. Maybe I shouldn't use a gun. You suffered final death. What happens now? Did I just fail? Yep. That's alright, I can get back to there pretty quick. Like the first enemy in the game has actually put up a decent fight, really. How can I get back to there? I'm not sure if I'm going the right way. And then through here. Yum 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 yum. I'm not gonna lock that door. I'm gonna see if there's another way. Yeah, it's a shame about the water being so buggy. Yeah, that works.
On your way down here, did you?
Oh, his voicing is working properly.
The Brotherhood of
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip all this.
they are come.
Nearly died again, but didn't. Thank you. Let's see. You have dispatched the plague bearer, and you have killed Brother Canker. Everyone loves a good valve, don't they? It's weird that they force you in the third person for this. Skillful platforming there. Are you playing it with a controller, Illuminati? There is crossplay though, so you can play with console people theoretically. Which I think is pretty cool. Yes, LBC, and hello. I was saying it would be awesome if I could get like a bunch of people we know together just to play on it. Ah, shit, this is not where I want to go. Yeah, that is pretty surprising. It just seems like something you would have. Modern platform. I'm sure you have probably Quake 3 Arena for the Dreamcast or something. I think I still have it somewhere, the Saturn version of the original Quake. Which is a pretty interesting port. Oh, I used to have it on CD as well, like the original PC CD. I think I probably got rid of it though. But yeah, I used to have that too.
Ugh, can't.
The Plague Bear's dead.
Right on. Except we just did a second one over near the convention center. They're part of some doomsday cult, apparently. No telling how many there are, but it's open season on all these sick sons of bitches.
I'll start looking for the rest. Bye. What's my experience points looking like? I've got 9 now. I want to put more points in the computer. And then probably save the rest. Yeah, I'm good with that. Oh, nice LBC, yeah. Cricket 19. Come on, that's an instant download if I've ever heard one. Is it Dawn and Bradman's Cricket, or is it another cricket game? I know there was another one for a while if it was called Dawn Bradman. On YouTube? I think so, probably, LBC. Maybe not like copyright claim, but definitely like you can't monetize it, which I don't give a shit about, but like, yeah, I would imagine so. I don't know for sure though. 8 out of 10 on IGN. They give everything an 8 out of 10, at least. Sure, didn't they give The Quiet Man like a 5 or something? Oh dear. Yeah. Got you, LBC, yeah. Yeah, I think you'll get the claim, definitely. Oh, gunshots. Yeah, it's annoying. I've had to do it a few times too. Some random acts of violence. I like that it shows the damage numbers even though it's like not me doing the damage. Yeah, I don't know how good the compatibility is with it. I wonder if you can play Quake Rally on it.
Hey, you. Look, I'm sorry about before. You see, I'm a very passionate person about everything, about art, entertainment, love. Kent says that is why he chose me.
Yes, I can see that about you. I know where Kent is, by the way.
You are totally awesome. It just goes to show you that you don't have to dress cute or care what you look like to be a cool girl. So, where is Kent?
You're freaking me out. He went to San Diego for some business deals he had to act fast on.
Oh, that is totally Kent. He's so like that. I better go find him. He needs my help to do anything. Thanks again.
Yeah, no problem. Just drive down there. He'll be looking for you. Report back to Skelter. Yeah. Pretty horrifying stuff.
It's a nice night out, huh?
No problem, LBC. I don't think I'm going the right way. I haven't really got my bearings of this part yet. Oh, what happened there? Happy lurking. Oh, yeah, this game is, acting strange. What's the place that I have the key for? Or was that for something else? Lucky Star Motel. Is that maybe that? I think that's back in Santa Monica, maybe. Hello, Nico. How's things?
What's up?
I took care of the Patty problem.
Good work. I mean, ghouls ain't nothing but trouble if you ask me. It's a weakness. Pure and simple.
I've got it, and I did what I did for the good of the Masquerade. Or glad to be of service to such a yeah, say that. Got nothing else for me? No. Oh yeah, sorry, I saw your message on Discord. I saw it first thing this morning when I woke up and I forgot to reply. But yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, the first boss is quite hard if you don't know, if you've never played it before. I think the run up to the pyramid is the hardest part. The actual boss itself, when you get inside, isn't too hard. It's just the kind of road up to the pyramid that's the hard part, I think. I think the second encounter's better than the first encounter, but I know there's some people that prefer the first. So it'll be interesting to see what you think. I should go back to the Skyline Apartments, I guess. Which I think is over... maybe this way? No. The second encounter's definitely got more variety compared to the first encounter, because the first encounter is all just Egypt. So the second encounter at least has a few different distinct locations. And it adds new enemies, new weapons. Email. Can I hack into this now? Yes. The answer to that. Hidden camera. Hey Tom. Sounds like we have a deal. You keep sending in that security footage and I'll pay you for the good stuff. From Booch Rider. Gonna start boiling a spud? Fantastic. I think it's been a while since you've said that, so I'm glad to hear it again, Fred. I hope it's a marvellous spud that you're boiling. Nice and clean. No bad bits in it. Just a glorious spud. I should have checked, actually. The main reason why I went onto that computer was to check which room is Paul's. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Apartment 5. Okay. I could use the vent. In fact, I will use the vent. I can get up, that is. There we go. It was a struggle, but I got there in the end. This should be the right place, if I counted correctly. 5, yeah. Oh yeah, this is the place with the nice tiles. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look too good. What does it say here? Well, it looks like if that's our guy, it looks like he's not with us.
Hi, Paul. It's Hannah.
Oh, whoops.
Just calling to see how you are. I hope I didn't give you what I've got. I feel like crap. Actually, I need to ask you a favor. Could you pick me up some cold medicine at the store? I hate to bother you, but I can't seem to get out of bed. The code on my door is 1203. Hey, listen, I had a really good time the other night. Maybe we could do it again sometime. Sorry, I'm rambling. Okay, bye.
1203. 1203. 1203. Then, boom. And we didn't get to go in here either, so this is all new.
Paul, is that... Hey! You're not Paul! Who are you? What are you doing in here?
Paul sent me over. I'm a doctor. You sound pretty sick, Hannah. What's wrong?
I don't really know. I've taken all kinds of medicine, but I can't seem to get rid of it. I feel like I got a fever and a sore throat. I'm real weak. Can't seem to get out of bed. What day is it? I can't remember.
Sounds pretty bad. Where did you get it?
Well, I think I got sick from one of my clients. I was feeling fine until I saw her a few days ago.
Who was this client?
She was just a woman who called. She found my ad in the newspaper. Usually only do business with referrals, you know, but she was offered a lot of money.
Did she tell you her name?
Her name was Jezebel. Jezebel Locke. I'm usually not too good with names, you know, but hers was so strange. I can't seem to get it out of my head.
Was there anything else strange about her?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. To tell you the truth, I don't really remember a whole lot about that night, you know. Everything's a little blurry, you know. I mean, I'm not usually, you know, into women, but I remember feeling so attracted to her. I thought she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Well, the next thing that's clear is when I woke up the next morning. I haven't been feeling too well since then. To tell you the truth, I have other friends who've worked with her, and they're not doing so hot either, you know?
Where did you meet her, Hannah? Where is Jezebel Locke?
She had a room at the Empire Hotel. I can't remember the number. Hey, are you sure that Paul's okay? He's not sick, is he?
Paul's taking a dirt nap, and you're probably next.
No, Paul! It's not true! Oh, God! No!
Rest in peace, bitch. See ya. That was the only option I had. There you go. That's the end of that. Amazing. Doors are hard. Leave it. Hannah has pointed you in the direction of one Jezebel Lock. As a possible link in the Daybearer chain, she makes her residence at the Empire Arms Hotel, which is very close to here, and there's that other quest that supposedly is around there as well. Is that what that said? Where? I think that's a Y. No, it is. Yeah. Because no. Yeah, I mean, is that a Y? I think it's a Y. But yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. I didn't even notice that until you said it. You're trying to get me chucked off.
Good fishing, bitch send you.
That she did.
Where is money?
Up your mother's ass.
You die.
Again? Sorted. What's a different gun? A Brock 17. Not a Glock, but a Brock. What's over here? Oh, I think I was here maybe at one point. Chucking things around. You know me. Yep. Fix that problem. How many points do I have? 7. I don't know what I really wanted, like, obviously I want to keep putting points into the things that I've been putting points into, but I don't know which one I should go for first. Strength, maybe. Being able to hit things harder is always good.
Yes? May I help you?
Is there a guest here named Jezebel Locke?
Yes. Miss Locke is one of our more, popular guests. Why do you ask?
I need a key to her room.
I can't do that. It's against hotel policy.
I'm an old friend of hers on a surprise visit.
I see. Well, in that case, perhaps I can make an exception. Here's the key to her suite. Have a nice evening.
Thanks, chump. I get told off for going back here. sweets. Albany sweet. Available. Queens. Oh, I wrote sweets instead of sweet. Well, I'm just bad at typing, I guess. Occupied, guess, Anders, Johansson. Manhattan. Available. Ashley Jones in the 4th floor. Brooklyn. That's where we need to be. 5th floor. And then Buffalo. Boris Jekov. Okay. Wait, and then guest logs. Check of a pay-per-view. Planet La Femme, $10. Steak and Lobster, $80. Nice. Johansson A. None. Hasn't been spending any money. A. Jones A. Bottle of Champ de Jatterer or something. $290. Wow. And then Luck. None. Okay. Yeah, don't mind me. Can I use this computer? No. Computer at a bar, that's pretty interesting. A bottle of bub. 12 bottles of bubbly. Yes. Oh, you just walk straight through that. They're like, people probably aren't going to jump up onto that and just try and walk through it. Well, I'm doing it right now. Can you do it on the other one, I wonder? Yes. Yes, you can. Pretty cool that you can knock the things off it, though. Kinda. Physics. A true anarch. That's me. I'm destined to serve 9s. Oh, look at that gold bin. That's when you know a place is classy. Not very realistic. The men toilet should be like absolutely disgusting, and the women's one should be like the most glorious thing you've ever seen. Well, can I join you? She's okay with that. Like I wasn't planning on singing anyway, it's fine. They're very fond of these gold bins. Who can blame them? And what's the point in this room? I wonder where that leads. Fancy hotel and jeans, absolutely, yeah. A good point. Let's go to floor number 5. The ballroom. Can't go in there.
Oh, yeah. Who do we have here? Are you a believer, little morsel? Have you come for the kind of enlightenment only Jezebel can give?
I take it you're Jezebel Locke.
Yes, I am Jezebel. And I have such things to show you, little morsel. Such beautiful, dirty little things. Won't you come into my parlor?
Sure, I mean, well, have you been tested lately?
Oh, come on now. Don't deny yourself the pleasure of Jezebel's talents. Just a few more steps, and we can be enveloped by the sweet darkness, become slaves to the desires of our wasted flesh.
Tempting, I must admit.
Oh, you cannot escape me, little morsel. One way or another, you and I will intertwine our beings on the way into the ninth circle, and I will send you forth, full of the sweet sickness I carry.
Good lord. Option number 3. Hey, you're with those cats from the Brotherhood, right? No. Not that I'm complaining, but don't you usually stick to whores like Hannah?
Who better than prostitutes to carry the dark gift I bring? Ah, will they not share it with the rest of those who revel in the pleasures of the flesh?
Wacky bitch, yeah. If Blade was handling this, it would be a different story. I miss Blade already. Is that the first time anyone's ever said that sentence? Probably. I guess it sounds okay, but I'd rather just tear your head off. Another boss battle. Let's see. I not read that now. This is tragic. Look at her. Look at this woman. She carries the burdens of terrible bangs. Looks like a hotter version of the dog from Edward Scissorhands. That's a movie I haven't seen in a long time. Really long time. Brotherhood Flyer. I am enlightened. Ah. I can show this to the guy to get into the place. I think. ditch this place. Hold on. I should probably put points in the stamina at some point just so I take less damage. But it says prevents damage, police batons, and baseball bats, so anything that's not any of those things doesn't matter. So like a knife, for instance, that wouldn't count towards that. Okay, let's go. You've killed a second plague bearer and find the flower. It's a nice relaxing game, isn't it? Fun for the whole family. Defense feat. Interesting. But I don't have anything to put points into to make those better, it seems. Skip the old plague doctor over there. Oh no.
Ugh, can't.
How about Paul? He's dead for a few days. It wasn't pretty.
We told him to burn the blood and go to the hospital. Said he thought he'd get over it. Men are stubborn that way. Just proves the plague bearer's gotta be found.
Do you know what symbol on this flyer is?
Yeah, I've seen this. Pretty sure I've seen it around here somewhere. One of the buildings, I think.
I'll look for it. Is it over this direction? Rich.
You enlightened yet, sister?
Yes.
I see. Welcome to the Brotherhood. The bishop will see you upstairs.
Thank you. Gained entrance to crack house. Brilliant. I thought this was going to be a classy establishment.
Hey, did you get summoned? You're going upstairs to see the bishop.
Summoned?
You're new to the Brotherhood, huh? Just got enlightened. I've been here a few days. When the bishop wants to see you, you'll be summoned, and then you go up these stairs up to the temple.
Have you seen him? What's he like?
The bishop? Yeah, I saw him once. He is beautiful and scary. I dream about him all the time. He does things to me in my dreams. He does things I don't like to remember.
What goes on upstairs in the temple?
I don't know. I mean, I hear things, but I haven't been summoned. I had a friend snuck up there a few days ago. Said she saw things, bad things. Yeah.
What? What did she see?
Blood. She said, blood everywhere. She saw a few of the summoned, tried to talk to them, but they just stared at her with these blank looks, you know. One of them started reaching for her, and she ran away.
Maybe the Brotherhood isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah. I know. The bishop said we have to shed our earthly fears on our journey to the ninth circle. But I'm scared to go upstairs. I just want to go home. You know, I want to go home.
Don't worry, you won't have to worry about that bishop anymore. Hi there. Oh, shame there was no sound effect, but that was cool. Jibbed a zombie with my bare hands. You don't get any experience for killing things in this game, so there's no point in just destroying everything if you don't have to. Oops. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, the rat broke the panel. This is just where I was earlier. Okay. It's fall in the hole. Fall into another hole. Okay. Not too interesting, this section, is it? Let's be honest.
Welcome, sister. I see you have been enlightened. Are you searching for something? Do you seek the truth? Well, you have come to the right place, sister. We've got more truth here than we can handle. Yeah.
Are you the leader of the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle?
They call me Bishop Vic, Shepherd of the Damned, your midnight guide through our last days here on Earth. Do you feel it, sister? The curtain being drawn back at last, drawn back by my hand, by the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle.
Last days here on Earth? Are you talking about Gehenna or whatever? Whatever that's. Gehenna, there we go.
Judgment Day. The apocalypse. Oh, again, sister. You are too indoctrinated into the antiquated beliefs of this material world. There is no rhyme or reason. No all-powerful and terrible gods who watch over their children. You talk of disease. What about the disease that you and I both carry? Our flesh remade into nothing more than an abomination, feeding on our brothers and sisters like so many cattle. What god watched over me when that demon tore into my neck and made me into this monster you see before you? No, sister. There is no god who would tolerate such a thing. And so I have become God. And the diseases I carry to the masses will bring about an end of my own making, until we have all journeyed below into the Ninth Circle.
Sounds good. Do you have an application or something?
The time for words has come and gone, my sister. You and I will take those last steps together and see what truth lies behind the curtain. Let the night fall forever on this cursed earth, and let the fruits of my labor bring a long and bloody harvest.
It sounded like a good idea, but you've gone and pissed me off. Another boss battle. Quick save. Yeah, he's kind of wrecking me. Oh no. Yeah. That's no good. Yeah, no. Can I feed off these? I actually can. I died, but okay. Yeah, that's good to know. No. Oh, can you not actually feed on them? Yeah, you can. Just not much though. Oh, and it makes you sick. That makes sense. Still got my health back. Maybe I should use guns a little bit. See how far that gets me. Yeah, it's not working so well. Yeah, no, it's not working out very well. I should just remember the hide, because your health regenerates in this game. Very slowly. Rude. So yeah, how you guys doing? I hope you're having a marvelous Friday. Down to down to down. You know, start over. My damage is like worse than ever. Spud is nearly done. Fantastic. Let go for some reason. Bleh. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It's grand. feel like this is my best attempt so far. Guess I'll heal here as well. Or not. Thanks for shooting me out of that animation, I appreciate it. Perfect, love it, thank you. There we go. Did it. Blocked. I assume I have to come here. Yeah, well, I can make a choice, but I'll be a rebel. Go here.
Ugh, Cannon. You killed all of them? You. So I guess you want me to thank you or something? Damn it. Thanks, okay? Well, cool for now, but just don't go bragging to everybody about it.
You're not so bad either, damsel. Still a bitch, but in a good way.
Righteous. You know, you just may have an anarch soul. I'll let you chew on that, Cammy. Some of the boys might have overheard our conversation and gotten the impression I've gone soft. Somebody in this joint's gotta lack the restraint to keep their mouths shut.
Wait, what if I'm sick of LaCroix and I want to join the Anarchs?
I don't know. You seem pretty tight with Nancy Pants up there.
What are you trying to imply, damsel?
Say, you really want to help us out? Stay close to LaCroix. Smooch his ass, play ball. Keep an eye on him for us. You hear anything spicy, you come talk to me. Don't advertise. For all anyone in that tower will know, you're still a worthless, boot-licking canny do-girl.
Okay, I'll keep my affiliation a secret. I'll humor LaCroix for now.
Cool. With someone on the inside, we should be able to eject his candy ass a whole lot sooner. Keep us conscious, Cammy.
Will do. Maybe it's not a choice. Maybe I can still go back to that other bloke.
Sorry, newbie, but I got the whole city shouting in my ear right now. We'll have to
So
rant
I
some
heard
other
you
night.
and Nines had a run-in with the Sabbat, huh? And you let them go. Nines must be getting soft. How can you pass up that kind of fun?
How come he keeps helping me?
Well, he was left sireless, too. I don't know, maybe that's it. Now he's got a thing for the little guy.
Is Nines the leader of the Anarchs?
As much as anyone is. Nines is a
Oh, yeah.
stand-up guy. moving right along. What's on your mind?
I'm out of here. Hello, Macaroni. How's you? Not bad. Good. Glad to hear it. I'm trying to remember. Who Venus is. Did some socializing. What do you mean? What did you do?
Hello, neonate. How can I be of assistance? Of course.
Alright, cool. Hope you had fun. It's good stuff, do stuff like that.
You have? Impressive, young one. What exactly was the source of the epidemic?
It was a blood cult headed by a vampire named Bishop Vic, a plague bearer.
Tell me of this so-called bishop.
He wanted to bring about the end of the world.
I see. That end may very well be upon us. But to business. I have a debt to pay you for your services.
Yes, you do.
If you so desire, I can give to you a unique talisman that might be of use in the future. If that does not interest you, I can compensate you with hard currency. You decide.
Give me the item.
A wise decision, neonate. True power lies not in wealth, but in the things it affords you. I hope this object serves you well.
Me too. See ya.
Hello, neonate.
Hey, hold on.
Of course. What is it you would like to...
No, nothing. Not interested. Yeah, it's nice to get out and meet people every once in a while. I haven't done that in a long time. You're not eating your spud? What? It takes a long time boiling spuds, doesn't it? Feels like you've been boiling that spud for an hour. Alright, you're now eating it? Okay. That's quite an important typo, isn't it? It completely changes the sentence. Is Venus the bartender? Can you move out the way, please? Thank you. Yeah, Fred's trying to make some sort of statements.
What?
Pass on your message.
I can't hear you. Let's talk in my office.
Okay.
Well, you certainly did better than my bouncer did. Poor dear can't turn his neck to the right anymore. Already had a call from Boris. Wasn't too happy about tonight, son of a bitch. Say, how would you like to get into the club business?
Hello, Real Tech 9. I'm listening.
Well, to start this club, I have to take out a significant loan from a king bastard by the name of Boris, and every time I haven't been able to make the monthly plus interest, the bastard takes what he feels is a suitable late fee.
And he stays at the hotel. My kind of guy.
I've got a club to run, so I'll be blunt. I refuse to fuck that fat misogynistic old man one more time to hold on to the club. so I need someone to eliminate him. Do this, and I'll make you a silent partner.
Good as done.
He's at the Empire Hotel. Always has a few of the fiercest bully boys standing around trying to out-sneer each other. He's got a short temper, and more than likely he's been drinking for the last 4 hours. Here, key to the penthouse level.
Brilliant. When I get back, we'll talk about our club.
If I don't see a sea of arses moving in the next 20 seconds, if I don't see a sea of arses moving in the next 20 seconds,
Very passionate.
you're all out on the curb, got it?
Macaron. What is that? Oh, just a random wallet with some money in it. It's actually, you don't get money lying around that much in this game. Not like some other games where you just find money all over the place. Yeah, quite rare. Or maybe I'm just really bad at finding it. That's very possible. So let's hit up the hotel. Can't remember which floor Boris is on. I can check the computer. Guest logs. No, that's not actually what I need, is it? I can look at this anyway. Yeah, that's just fluff. And then Albany, sweet. No, Queens, sweet. No, Manhattan, sweet. No, this one, sweet. Brooklyn, sweet. Buffalo, sweet. Buffalo. So the last one, number 6. That's the second time I've done that. Put an E at the end of quit because I'm so used to writing sweet. Number 6, please. Blood packs provide a small amount of blood and healing. Yeah, I haven't used a blood pack in this part yet. I used one in the previous parts. Oh, this is very high. Oh no. Locked. Seven. What is my lockpick skill at these days? 4. And I think, let's test this. Oh no, I don't want to do that anyway, because I don't have enough blood. But I was just wanting to see what blood buff takes it up to. I think it's only, I don't think it's that much. But yeah, can't get into there. Oh my goodness. Well. Things escalated, didn't they? I like that the door thwarted that guy when I closed it on him. Let's sneak, I guess.
And whether the ship was being used in drug or terrorist-related smuggling. Coast Guard search parties are still patrolling the area where...
What is this place all about? That's some way to get blood back. Okay. A lot of bad people in there. And in there. That's where it was. This guy looks friendly.
Hasta la vis. Who the hell are you?
I have a private message for Boris from his lady friend.
You give me message. I take to him.
I can't, but it's important. He'll be angry if he doesn't get it and will blame you.
Я понимаю.
Yeah, this guy's going for a bit of a guile kind of haircut. I don't know what's going on there.
Very well. Follow me.
Zайди.
What?
Черт возьми.
I don't understand you.
Что это такое? Черт возьми. Почему ты их выпустил? Who the hell are you?
I have business to discuss with you.
Well, spit it out before Dima blows your head all over wall.
This would be easier without him hovering over me.
You want Dima to leave? Why would I allow that?
This could get embarrassing for you. I'm looking out for you, Boris.
Okay. Иди тогда, Dima. Very well. Happy? Now spit it out. Make this quick, eh?
Venus sent me.
Is that right?
She said she wants you out of her life, but she also wants the club for herself.
Stupid, spoiled American child. I give her so much and she spits in my face.
She wants what is hers.
So, you a girlfriend, eh? You sit in house I pay for, eat chocolate I pay for, and talk about how you going to cheat club I pay for from me? You are spoiled little girl too.
What does that make your guards? I got past them. It's true, I only killed one.
Is that so? I tell you what, little girl. How can we come to agreement? I maybe get you to do something for me instead.
Maybe you hand over the deed and I let you live. I'm listening. I want to hear what he has to say.
Back over to stupid club. You find ungrateful little girl there and you kill her. I pay you. I see she trusts you. For you to do this, it will be easy.
No deal.
You will get nothing from me. Go tell that bitch she can pack up little club. Her name is coming off it. Get the hell out of here. Pashli, go.
Maybe you misheard me. Call off the debt now.
Hey, stop it right there.
Sorted. Nice computer. Fancy ring. The money.
Huh? Hey, you, stop!
He's in a weird position. Hey guys, what's up? Damn it. Shocked that I just shouldn't use guns ever. Yeah, this was a while ago. I'll just skip through the dialogue. At least I sort of know what I'm doing. Yeah, it's because I didn't spec my character to be good with guns.
Used in drug or terrorist-related smuggling.
I could put a few points into guns, but
The area where the Dane was first spotted.
I'm always worried in case like I reach a situation later on where you pretty much need to use a gun. I'm hoping this game is better than that.
Hasta la vis. You give me... Yapon... Very well. Follow me.
I imagine if you had a higher scholarship rating, you would understand what they're saying.
Zайди. Черт возьми. Что это? Well? You want Dima to leave? Okay. Is that the... Marlene Caius. So... Is that so? Very well, Tovarish. You make your point. That is off. Tell spoiled girl she get nothing from me ever again.
There we go, we can do it that way instead. Oh. Spotted me doing that, did you? Pretty good soundproofing going on. You didn't hear that.
Hey, stop right there!
I can wait all day.
Hey, what was that? Who's there? Hey, you, stop!
Sporadic 9mm. My favorite. Amazing. Everyone in this game is just flummoxed by doors. It's like the greatest weakness of all. Yes, that's a good idea, Fred. Well, I've healed, but yeah, I'm in a bit of a sticky situation.
Hey, stop it right there!
How many points do I have at the moment? 18? It's upgrade strength. Then brawl, I guess. No, I can't. That's 9, and I've only got 6. I thought I had 6. No, I thought I had 9, and it cost 6. I was wrong. Maybe just hold on to those points for a bit. Hi there. Is that all? There probably is more. Yeah, there is. What's up? Look at him kicking the door. Oh, he landed on his feet like a cat. See that? That was awesome. Guess that went well enough. He is dead though. Even though I convinced him to hand over the deed.
There you are. Finished yet?
Let's talk in your office.
What? Yeah, I can't hear you. Let's talk in my office.
Oh, okay. No, definitely haven't killed everyone yet. It's coming.
Boris?
Dead.
Is that Boris's blood? Guess we're partners then. If you only knew what I had to do over the years to keep this place open. Tell you what, partner. Come in every few days and I'll give you your cut. Here's tonight's. I've got some money to make us. I'll hold your share of the profits. Don't forget to drop by and scoop them up once in a while,
You'll see me again and often, don't worry. Oh, what are suggestions?
Really, I'd love to hear them, but I've got to go find a new DJ. Our old one's still spinning that Pixie Wave Magic 80s Redux electronica. It's so last Friday. Heaps of thanks again.
My pleasure.
Get out of your seats and onto that floor, you wankers!
Can I jump off here? Yep, you can. So what do we do next? All of my active quests that I started in downtown are done. So I guess we'll go back to Santa Monica for a bit. I mean, there might be more quests that I didn't find, but... Maybe you're onto something here, Harvey. Who's this guy?
Baby girl, I saw you coming from down the street and I started praying to the Lord to find it in his heart to send you to me, and hallelujah if he didn't come through for me. Welcome to Fat Larry's Trucker Mag. I am the proprietor and salesman of the month several years in a row. The ladies call me, oh God, but you can call me Fat Larry with a F-A-T, cause there's more of me to love.
Yeah, Harvey, that's the problem. That was the problem with Fallout 76, was that everyone was dead already. What do you got in the truck?
Now, that is a legitimate question, but a better question to be, what don't I got in this truck? Cause at Fat Larry's, my motto is, everything's got a price, but I probably know somebody who can get it anyway.
You gonna talk all night, or are you gonna sell me something?
Nah, that's what I like to hear. But it's like this. I save my best stuff for select clientele. Now that don't mean I don't
Clientele.
appreciate your business. It's just, business.
Show me the merchandise. Ooh, a 9mm clip for the 9mm Braddock. Heavy clothing. And there are no stat penalties for wearing it? Oh my goodness. I want that. An axe. An axe might be good, but I don't really... I've been punching people these days, I'm gonna buy that. What can I sell? Do you want this crap? You want some estrogen? Here's a fancy ring for you. A blood star. Oh no, that's blood buff has twice the duration. That's pretty good. I'm gonna keep that. Car stereos, yep. You can have those. You can probably have these, because I'm probably not gonna have the research these though. But drug box, you can have that. Morphine ball, sure. Okay. Yeah, just casually walking them around in my back pocket. So let's see. There we go. Looking like a player now.
Going somewhere?
Away from here. I should check my emails while I'm over here.
What's the hops, bro?
Bladed weapons are no joke. Nothing in there for me. No new emails? Wow. No one likes me. Lacuna Coil? I didn't know there was Lacuna Coil posted in this game. I wonder if one of their songs was in the game. Is in the game, I should say. I should check the VOD for the last part to see if any of them got deleted. It's a good thing. I should actually look into that. Anyway. Let's see. Lucky Star Motel. Where is that? No. I'm going the wrong way. Don't mind me. I'll go into the sewer. The best maps are in the sewers, right? Damn it. No, I don't think Lucky's hotel is here. What other quest do I have? Yeah, probably not supposed to be here at all. It's just a little misleading, isn't it? Where you have quests and they're listed under Santa Monica, but yeah, I don't think I need to be here now. And I checked my emails for no reason.
Nice night out, huh?
Where to?
Just looking to see if you could drag them out. I'm sure the other locations will lock at some point. I have eaten my spud. Fantastic. Was it a good spud? Or was it a brilliant spud? A good spud or a dud spud?
Hey there, Missy. Small world, huh? Yep, after that gallery, I didn't think I'd be able to get a job guarding a room full of jack squat from the Boogity Man. But then I get a call offering me this sweet night shift slot, and I'm back in the security game. Well, enough about my lucky break. You here to see one of the bigwigs, Missy?
Yeah, I'm here to see LaCroix.
Would that be Sebastian LaCroix of the LaCroix Foundation, or Dwayne LaCroix of Insurrection Baby Formula Company?
What do you think, genius? No, just say Sebast.
Okay then. Mr. LaCroix, he told me to expect someone fitting your description sometime tonight. You go right on up.
Seb. Have a good one.
Yeah, you have a good power meeting, or whatever it is you types do up there. You need any security? Well, you just ring the front desk and ask for Officer Chunk. That's me, in case you were wondering.
Thanks, Chunk. I'll remember that. PH, let's go.
There you are. I was informed of your presence in the building. Since you're here, I'll take the liberty of assuming you've destroyed the warehouse. This is correct, yes?
Yes, that is.
Most excellent. I had no doubt you'd prove my decision a prudent one. I trust you encountered no impediments to your progress on account of my personnel.
None at all.
That is the answer I like to hear. You've done well, circumstances being what they were. I will admit, not many in your position would have overcome such a trial. But don't misunderstand me. It was no fool's errand. You may yet prove to be a genuine asset. It's a bit disturbing, the lack of talent within this organization as of late. Tell me, what would you say to doing a bit of reconnaissance for me?
What's in it for me?
Don't be so hasty to inflate your own worth. You've succeeded once. Very admirable.
Hello, MT
but in
strategy.
The grand scheme of it all, an infant stride of progress. If you're looking to make a name for yourself, listen very carefully. There have been whispers, rumors spreading around the kindred community concerning the Elizabeth Dane, the cargo ship that was towed into port recently. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't. What about it?
The Dane was found out at sea. The reports say it was without crew, but they have yet to report a fate of said crew. The police are investigating the Dane as we speak. Even the Nosferatu have little information on what's been found. However, the reason the ship has caused such speculation is because it was transporting an object called the Ankaran sarcophagus. Now, I'm not one to predicate a decision based on conjecture. So what I need is fact. And more importantly, I need evidence that the occurrences on the Dane were not supernatural in nature, and in no way relate to this Ankaran sarcophagus.
What do you need me to do?
You have 3 objectives. 1. I want you to examine the sarcophagus for anything unusual. You may sense something peculiar about the sarcophagus. In fact, many kindred in the city have reported an uneasiness in the air since the Dane's arrival. Do not, under any circumstances, open the Ankaran sarcophagus. Secondly, the police have begun their investigation. Find out what they have concluded thus far. Thirdly, take the cargo manifest for the ship. I want to find out what else it was carrying. The last thing we want is police aware of our existence, so be careful what you do in front of them. And unlike the warehouse, you cannot wholesale slaughter a ship full of lawmen without consequences. Is this understood?
Uh-huh.
Good. Oh, and it has come to my attention that you had an encounter with Nines Rodriguez earlier. The man so does love to throw that cretinous charm of his brashly about. What exactly did Mr. Rodriguez say?
Some nonsense about the Anarchs. I didn't listen very carefully.
If I may give you a piece of advice, always listen to others' words carefully. Read between the lines, gauge where you stand with them and who they decry or exalt. The more you know about someone, the greater your advantage. Now that that's out of the way, I trust you're prepared to leave for the Dane.
I am, but I have some questions.
I suppose I can spare a few seconds.
I have some questions about people.
Yes?
Jack.
The man is a scourge, the physical manifestation of chaos. Whenever he makes an appearance in one city, it is only a matter of time before a calamity is attributed to his latest lark.
A question about someone else. Beckett.
You've met Beckett? Yes. He did pay me the courtesy of announcing his presence in my city. He's lionized in kindred society, by most. Beckett's the definition of renowned scholar, but he's also a lone wolf, and owes allegiance only to his intellectual pursuits. Yes?
Yourself.
It's common knowledge.
I was born in Calais, France, over 200 years ago. When I graduated from the Royal Military Academy, I joined Napoleon's army. It was shortly after Waterloo, when I was embraced by a Belgian noble. From that time onward, I counted some of the greatest kindred in Europe as my mentors, and worked towards establishing a Camarilla presence in new territories. In 1930, I came to the Americas and staked power in New York. Soon after, I headed west to claim domain.
What clan are you?
I'm Ventru. But I don't disparage any of the other clans. All are equally important in maintaining the foundations of the Camarilla, and the elders of each serve as my council. Which is...
the Camarilla.
In this age of information, videotape, and weapons of mass destruction, the Camarilla is more necessary than it has ever been. The alternative to thorough secrecy these days is extinction. As long as we exist, so shall kindred society. Which is...
the Sabbat.
Every night you wake up, be thankful you were not sired by one of their kind, or you would have woken under the ground, forced to claw your way up from the dirt into a brief, bloody, violent existence. Savages, bloodthirsty, irresponsible heathens. Yes?
Yay. That guy standing behind you, tell me more about him.
He's my sheriff. When there is a problem that words are wasted on, I send him. The less one sees of him, the better. Which is...
tell me about the sarcophagus.
All I know about the Ankaran sarcophagus is what I've heard on the news. It was found during an archaeological excavation in Turkey, and it appears ancient. There could be nothing but dust inside. However, that does not discount the possibility of it containing some kindred artifact, or even a mummy. All of these evidence of the supernatural, and therefore potentially damaging to us. As for it containing an ancient kindred, the Camarilla does not put stock in the actuality of antediluvians. They're myths. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
I'm ready.
Good. I'm counting on an encore exposition of the talent you showed earlier. Go. And remember, under no circumstances are you to open the Ankaran sarcophagus. We'll talk later. Good. There's a boat waiting for you on the beach in Santa Monica.
It's weird how some of the sentences are stitched together sometimes. Impressive. Oh no, it's really good. There's a reason why people love this game. For sure. Maybe just check. No, Lucky Star Motel must be somewhere else in the game. Not marked here anyway.
Need a ride?
What's the hops, bro?
People love Justin Bieber though. Well, I'm a big fan of My World 2.0, as you know, Fred, and I've told the story many times of when I went to HMV to buy a record, a copy of the record myself. You're also comparing Justin Bieber to like a cult classic as well. It's not the comparison doesn't really weigh up, does it? It's not like everyone and their dog has played this game, have they?
Hey, what can I say? You preserved my ass. I truly appreciate you not saying anything, and I want you to know I take care of those who do me favors. So from now on, you need equipment, info, you come see me at my apartment. Don't hesitate.
What are you doing out here, Mercurio?
I just wanted to make sure you knew my appreciation. And like I said before, someone needs something, I can get it. This boat, for example.
You look like you're feeling better.
I tell you, that blood you guys got's an amazing thing. Helped close up a few wounds. This back alley patch fixed up the rest. I needed that beating. Good reminder not to overestimate my ability. Last time it's gonna happen.
Yes, it is. I might need some equipment for my little trip. Ammo? I don't want that. The last thing I want is ammo.
Anything I can do for you tonight?
Need some info.
Concerning?
People.
Who exactly?
LaCroix.
I've only seen him a few times. Way I understand it, the guy's untouchable. And I've never seen him without it.
I think I've talked to him about all this stuff before.
Specifically? What you want is a Spaz 15. I got a connection for those, but I haven't seen him in a while. Think he's in Mexico. As soon as he gets back, I'll have a few of them. Putting together a dragon's breath, too. Sawed off. Spits WP rounds. Few nights' work. Specifically?
Yeah, no, a tactical nuke, please.
Only a lunatic would want that kind of ordnance. That's why they got him in Washington. Concerning? Specifically? Downtown's a mess. Always has been. I get called down there sometimes. Nines' people, LaCroix's people, a lot of tension in the air. A lot of drugs and a lot of crime. Sometimes I offload extra inventory, but I avoid downtown when I can. Concerning? Specifically? Santa Monica's quiet, mostly. That is till you came to town. Not a lot of operators or police here, which is why I like it. Not a beach person, personally, but there are some beautiful sunsets.
There's sun?
Be interested in that, though, would you?
There's sun in this world? I don't believe it.
Concerning? Who exactly? What's to tell? I can get anything anyone wants at any time. Could say it's my calling. Till the astrolite. Wasn't anything I couldn't handle. Well, back east some shit went down. Big Apple can't go back. I hate LA, but what are you gonna do? Who exactly? Your typical bloodthirsty movie villain variety vampire. A few years back, I was on bodyguard duty for one of the old boys. Me, a couple of ghouls, and some young vampire types like you. The Sabbat hit us. Tried to pull a dine and dash. Just two of us walked away. And one was the elder.
Hey, Mr. Screen. Hope you're doing well. I think I'm good. Justin Wankballs. Is that one of his aliases?
Evening.
Just passing through.
Evening.
Know anything about the murder?
Murder? No, I wasn't here when it happened.
Thanks anyway.
Do you have any of those items you mentioned?
Here's the steak. You have 100?
Yeah. Here you go. Now where can I find the head vampire?
Just send him to LaCroix.
You won't have to live like this anymore. I'm going to kill the head vampire.
Awesome. Well, good luck with that. Let's see how far he gets with
I
that.
don't know what I'm saying. Forget what I say.
Do you know anything about the murder on the pier?
Murder. Yes. The killer is dead. He moves soon and travels to the heart of the Angeles, to the home of the stars, and then returns fulfilled and empty once again.
Can you be more
I
specific?
don't know what I'm saying. Forget what I say.
I say. Goodbye.
You might have saved me, but I can't look at you. To think anyone could be so compassionless, so heartless. I'm so glad we're together.
Yeah. Definitely screen. I don't think there's anything up here, but I'll just quickly check. I don't know why she hates me so much. I don't think I did anything that bad. Blocked. Okay. There's supposed to be a boat or something. Hello, Null. AKA Russian follow bot. How's things? It's very weird to see Fred call someone not their username, because Fred's usually a big, oh, I call people by their username only sort of person. But it's interesting to see Fred break his rule, so to speak. But give me all the primes, please. Thank you. AI disabled? What? Why did it say that on the screen?
Yo, lady, over here. It's me. Ah, for Christ's sakes. Tell Jacobson if he plans on making editor-in-chief, he's got to start working with me. I can't keep getting him these scoops if he's gonna send high school journalists who don't know enough to wear something that would blend in.
He didn't tell me this was a formal affair.
Jeez. What kind of Woodstein don't think to at least show dressed up like an investigator, a Coast Guard guy, something? Didn't you ever see Fletch? What, are they just handing out those diplomas nowadays?
Enough. We need to do this fast if we don't want to get caught.
Alright, look. I got you a copy of the initial report, and I can get you into the cabin, but you gotta make yourself real scarce after that. Anybody catches you, I don't know you. And no goddamn flash photography, brainchild.
Where do I go?
Hold up a sec. Hines to Marsh. Hines to Marsh. Marsh, they need you up in the bridge. Over. There. The security room will be clear.
Brilliant.
Head down the stairs behind you and stay low. When you get down there, wait for me to call off the guy guarding gangway A. As soon as he leaves, get your ass moving, and don't let him see you. I'll give you a couple of minutes, but don't dilly-dally. In and out, okay?
Marconi.
Don't forget to stay out of sight. If anyone sees you, you're on your own. Take the stairs up to the security room. There'll be a computer in there. The password is Lighthouse. Lighthouse. All one word. You getting all this?
Lighthouse. The password is Lighthouse. Lighthouse. Lighthouse, lighthouse, lighthouse.
Now get a move on. And don't forget to tell Jacobson I get double my usual fee for this one.
Now to get a move on, don't tell Jacobson I get... yeah. Whatever. When he said these stairs, I imagine it's these ones.
Hines to Jacobson. Anderson. Hines to Anderson. Come in, Anderson. Come check this out. I just saw a baleen whale. Yeah?
A baleen whale? Yeah, did you like the alias thing there? Macaroni, it was lovely, wasn't it? I think this is it. Okay, status. control. Deck cams. Deck cams on. Deck cams off. Unlock records. Okay, we'll leave it like that. I could sound the horn if I wanted to, but it doesn't seem like a good idea, does it? Dictionary attacks. Oh, doors are hard. Don't know if this is the right way. Maybe I should look around in here first. No. Oh yeah, let's quick load. Why are doors so slow in this game? Painful. The second objective, finding out what the police have discovered, it doesn't seem like that's on the computer. Or might be. Did I look at the reports? I did. What about the log? No, see, I didn't look into this, did I? Gibberish. Does I don't think it does. I can try it. No, that's the wrong thing. I don't think this makes your hacking better. No, it doesn't. What are my experience points looking like at the moment? I need hacking 6, and I currently have 5. Okay. Antonio Bay. Water's calm as we head out of Istanbul. Professor Johansson seems very worried about the safety of the sarcophagus, various other artifacts from his dig, but I assure him that all was well. Dark Souls ripoff. I know. Rough waters last evening. Operations normal, but the crew seems restless. One of the Turks has been telling them ghost stories. I had Lieutenant Stegen take him aside and speak with him. They're actually, it's not a skill, humanity. It's humanity at the top is like it's kind of like a thing you have to keep track of. You gain humanity from doing good things, but if you do bad things, you lose humanity, and if you lose too much humanity, I think you will go into like these crazy kind of frenzy rage modes, and it's no good. Basically, you don't want that to happen. Nothing to report. Situation normal. Two of the crew have gone missing, and I fear that they might have fallen overboard sometime during the night. No trace of either. Lieutenant Stygian has tried to contact their families, but something seems to have gone wrong with the radio. We may have a saboteur on board. The crate holding the sarcophagus seems to have been opened. Oh no. Nice macaroni. GG on winning finally. We have found blood on the upper and lower decks. It seems that at least three are missing. The men are hysterical. I found the Turk in his cabin, curled up in a ball, muttering something indecipherable to himself. Lieutenant Stygian is one of the missing crew as well as the radio technician. One of the men had a short-wave radio, but all the calls for help have gone unanswered. I leave the ship to whoever may find it. This ship is cursed. May it sink to the crushing depth of Davy Jones' locker before there you go. Things didn't. Yeah, it's not good. This sarcophagus stuff, is it? It seems like it's all bad, or at least makes people go a bit nuts. So need to find this sarcophagus then, it seems like. Sarcophagi rule. Oh, that guy just fell. Oh no, Harvey, no. Do you have that many points, really? I don't see you play the mini games that much. Oh, I assume I need to do it. Or did I do it? A transfer for you? No, already. I might have done. I can't remember. Adventure is definitely the best way to get points. But yeah, the bot just doesn't like you today. I can do it. Transfer. What was your old name back in the day? 5F something. 5F9EAO. Russian. There you go. Try that. It says you're unranked, but I think it will change after a bit. Like once you... I think it will update automatically after a while, perhaps. Not right away. I can't remember how that works. I don't know what I should do here. Just run. Bot refreshes, possibly, yeah. Hello, Bon. Visible wall. Oh no, it was ladder stopping me. Bonosaurus. Try it again. Bono.
box mix looks like. All this cargo in one little box gone?
That could just be a typo in the manifest.
Yeah, or someone in the crew could have swiped it.
I've done it.
Lost it.
For now, we should assume that's what they came out here for.
Does it say what was in it?
Nope. Looks like it was packaged with the big coffin thing, the sarcophagus. No contents listed.
Fishy.
Could it be a drug thing?
With a slaughterhouse scene like this, someone wanted to get a message across here. Why get rid of the bodies, though?
Dunno. No sense to any of it.
What about the sarcophagus? Anybody take a look yet?
It's sealed up tight, fused together practically. Can't even find a seam. You'd almost think it was solid.
I just wanted to invest in sarcophagus to see if you could open it. Just gonna adjust chat box a little bit. Is that better? Possibly. Let me just move down a little bit. Video games, hey? Yeah, that looks alright. Looks fine. I forgot that emote. Harvey, the Mac emote, amazing. I was no use at all. Damn it, these doors. Nailed it. Didn't kill anyone. Report back to the prince. I don't know, Harvey. That's what I was saying earlier. I have no idea. I feel like I didn't really do anything wrong, but she hits me for some reason. I don't know, maybe. It definitely wasn't my intention anyway to annoy her, but whatever. Shit happens, doesn't it?
Hey, I know this might seem creepy and all, but please don't blow me off, okay? Someone told me I could find you here. I mean, I've been looking all over for you since that night. Because I just wanted to... I'm in your debt. I want to help you. I owe you my life, and I feel like I need to repay you. I almost forgot. I'm Heather. Heather Poe. I'm not weirding you out or anything, am I?
That's hard to do these nights. You look so much better. I'm glad.
Only because of you. What you did for me. Here, I got you this. I thought you might be able to use it. I can be useful to you. I'd do anything. Just tell me you'll let me help you. Let me stay with you. Make me feel this way.
Of course, I would love for you to stay with me.
Really? I promise you won't regret it. Promise. I'll get you money, I'll get you things, everything. I want to be important to you.
Wait for me at my place.
I know where you live. I checked there first. I'll wait for you at your place. And when you do come back, I'll take care of whatever you want. I'd do anything for you.
My dear Heather, what would I ever do without you? I'll see you later. There you go. Got a companion. Kind of. Scooby and Shaggy, don't know. Stuck somewhere else. Probably saving the world.
Evening, Missy. You back to see Mr. LaCroix again?
Ish.
Yeah, he told me to send you up as soon as you came in. Lots of people here to see Mr. LaCroix. Nice guy. He seems a little different, though. I wonder if he's... that's his business.
Thanks, Chunk. Chunk the security guard. Let's go to PH.
I've said all I need to for now.
Yeah, it looks good for the time. It is pretty buggy, but yeah.
I don't have time for a monologue. Give me the bullet points of what you saw.
Everyone on board was massacred. There weren't any survivors.
And the Ankaran sarcophagus. What did you see?
Blood all over the floor. Handprints indicate it was opened from within.
Opened? Let's not jump to conclusions. Give me the manifest in your notes. I'll sort this mess later. You might have noticed when you came in the parade of malingering mollycoddles filing out.
Yeah, who were they?
Those were the Primogen, this city's clan elders. A worrisome bunch devoted first and foremost to the security of their own skin. Which is why they were here. It seems Alistair Grout, the Malkavian Primogen, has either forgotten how to answer his phone, or is missing. The Sabbat's appearance has put the Primogen on edge. Grout's mansion is in the Hollywood Hills. I need you to pry Grout out of whatever crack he's crawled into, and have him contact us.
Crack, you say? Mollycoddle, yeah, it's a good one. Certainly. Is that all?
For the moment. You know, Your demeanor thus far bears similar characteristics to those that rise to the top of this organization. Stay that course.
Thank you, sir. Now, about Grout.
Yes, about Grout. As I said, Grout is the Malkavian primogen. His behavior and home are eccentric, to say the least. He's developed a paranoid bent lately, so you may have to check under every bed in the place for him.
Do I have any questions?
I suppose I can spare a few seconds. Yes. They are the representatives of their clans, though more often than not they represent their own best interests. They stay close to power, but are too fearful of the consequences to wield it. Nonetheless, I seek their counsel on occasion. Which is... when we hear from Grout, you may come back. Until then. Oh, and to show my appreciation for your dedicated service to me, I have secured you a haven nearby, in the Skyline apartment building. I hope it's to your liking.
Thank you very much. I'll pop in and see what my new place is like. It seems to be struggling with loading a little bit more the further I get into the game. Am I going the right way? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. No, I am. Don't think it's anything. It's gonna be anything that great. Considering I've technically already been here, right? Oh, hello.
I'm so glad you're back. I've been waiting here just like you asked. Your place is, nice.
Thanks. I didn't decorate it.
Is there something I can do for you? Anything. Just ask.
There's something you should... Oh.
I geese a gobble.
Thank you, Mr. Scream, for 20 bits. Thank you. There's something you should know before we move on.
Oh. Are you married? Is that why you don't want me around?
No. You survived because of my blood. I am a vampire. You're bound to me.
What? You're joking, right? That's like slang for something like catcher or some fetish term, right? Not like a blah blah vampire, right?
I love option number 3. Go with number 2. Don't you understand? I've chosen you. You should feel honored, mortal.
No. No, there's no such thing. This isn't funny anymore.
This is the best laugh I've had in a while. Now come to as you're told. Do you want me to leave forever? To love someone else?
No, please don't leave. I don't care what you are. Just don't leave me.
I'm I'm not going anywhere, my pet, don't worry.
What can I do to show my appreciation?
Tell me a little about yourself.
Me? I am not so special, you know? I go to college. I'm majoring in fashion design. I think I'm pretty creative. I just started school a year late because my parents died. Car crash. I didn't really have anyone special in my life until you came along.
How sad. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Dearest ever. Do I need blood? I don't know. I can just take money.
Here, that's all I've got.
Wait. Thanks.
Please, take me inside of you.
I will. You okay with that? No, pick that up. You'll be fine. The best kind of vampires. Email. Is this not my computer? Well, I hacked it anyway. I guess not. Mercurio, stop my apartment when you get the chance. I'll set you up. Okay. And then don't touch the butter. From Brock Fu, silly little puppy.vtm. Don't touch the butter. The new extreme sport for the sweep in the nation is now on a limited edition DVD. Watch superstars Aaron Will, McMahon, Brock Dryhands, Hines, and Margarine Mike Davenport as they use every bit of restraint in their body to not touch the butter. 1 bowl of butter, 2 contestants, 3 judges, and a hell of a lot of willpower. To order, log on to www.don'ttouchthebutter.vtm. Okay. Wait. Yeah, hacked my own email account. I mean, must have got locked out of it.
Did you miss me? Judging by the way the board's lit up, I'd say you couldn't live without me. You make me feel so desirable, LA. So many callers, so little time.
Okay. Where did she go? Take some shotgun shells I'm probably not going to use. The prince wishes you to contact Alistair Grout. You'll be looking for him at his mansion on the outskirts of town. I'm gonna stand up and turn the lights on and stuff. Sitting in the dark. And yes, of course, the microphone is on. I think it's so weird when I talk without my headphones on, and I can actually hear my voice like properly. Well, you know, better. I think we need to go catch a taxi. Wright's mansion.
You. What are you doing here?
Oh, I might just ask you the same thing.
No.
I like the echo. That wasn't really. Are you feeling alright, man?
You should get out of here. This place is bad news. Pardon me.
Why? What's inside? What? Why? What's inside? And then he walked away? Okay. Is that supposed to work like that? I'm sure it'll be fine. How bad could it be? It'll be fine. Something about it doesn't feel quite right. It'll be fine. Oh. Oh, some banging beats. He's enjoying that a bit too much, isn't he? I can see why he's into it. It is pretty fun. Biography of the 1930 circus performer Scarlett the Perforated Lady Torkelson, best known as the assistant to Shaky Still Manfredi, the notorious epileptic knife thrower. This book raises your dodge talent. Nice. Ah. So if I research those, I could give like buff my stats basically. Pretty cool. Should probably sell that ring. Hopefully the next, I'm hoping that one of the upcoming tracks from Fred Gant is going to sample some dialogue from the game Sin. What I'm hoping for. Perception at once shapes the mind and rules over time. Time, however, erodes human perception and in turn warps the mind. The mind is capricious, is that how you say it? Having various effects on perception, time, and the mind itself. With harmony, progress is made. You wacky bitch. Yes. Capricious? Don't know. Words are hard. 7 points. Can I do much with 7 points? Not really. A few more I could upgrade my brawl. Capricious. English language is shit. Like there's just no standardization in it whatsoever. Oh, ours are fun.
It is quite peculiar, the happenings I've been made to witness for my supernatural longevity. I am thinking of one unfortunate phenomenon in particular, of unique interest to my station, both as a professional and as a sufferer of this vampiric condition. It seems the stream of time has begun to erode the moorings of my chosen course of study, for the methodologies that gave birth to psychology are slowly disappearing. I find myself in an era that overlooks the physical component of psychological pathology time and again in favor of the sophistic practices of Freud. Phrenology, dactopintilism, and the rest of the old guard has fallen by the wayside, its champions all silenced in death, with my unique exception. Would that I could make my voice heard again, although it may be suspicious should I return to popular medical discourse 50 years after my apparent death. No, better that I continue my studies into the psychoses in secret. One day, may I hold up my own cure as validation of the methods. I am confident no cure for my condition, or that of my beloved wife, lies within our figurative minds, waiting to be unlocked by the correct combination of memories recovered from our childhoods. And I'm most certain it has nothing to do with the relationship between myself, my parents, and my genitals.
Excuse me?
Sorry, Sigmund, but I choose to stay my course.
Oh, it stopped. On its own. Maybe because I played about with it too much. Look.
It is quite peculiar.
What's going on here?
I've been made to witness for my supernatural longevity. I am thinking of one.
Should I really listen to all this?
In particular, of unique interest to my station, both as a professional and as a sufferer of this vampiric condition. It seems the stream of time has begun to erode the moorings of my chosen course of study, for the methodologies that gave birth to psychology are slowly disappearing. I find myself in an era that overlooks the physical component of psychological pathology time and again in favor of the sophistic practices of Freud. Phrenology, dactopintilism, and the rest of the old guard has fallen by the wayside, its champions all silenced in death, with my unique exception. Would that I could make my voice heard again, although it may be suspicious should I return to popular medical discourse 50 years after my apparent death. No, better that I continue my studies into the psychoses in secret. One day, may I hold up my own cure as validation of the methods. I am confident no cure for my condition, or that of my beloved wife, lies within our figurative minds, waiting to be unlocked by the correct combination of memories recovered from our childhoods. And I'm most certain it has nothing to do with the relationship between myself, my parents, and my genitals. Sorry, Sigmund, but I choose to stay my course. In time, too, may your star fade and disappear.
That was literally the end anyway. Yes, that's right, Fred. Correct. Let me just do this again, just for fun. Friendology. I want to study that. I mean, there's not much else. You know, that's gonna take me back. Oh yeah, rent a friend. That's a thing. It's a good service, that. Better than Netflix anyway, isn't it? Oh, it's a puzzle. Yeah. There you go. Sorted. Smart. Oh, you bastards. How many point? Yeah, I need one more. You bastard. Stop. Well, that's leads to nowhere, doesn't it? Why did it put my camera straight up into the air like that? That must be over here, maybe? No? Where is it? Maybe that's somewhere completely unrelated. Can you show me it again? Alright,
Often I reflect with great regret on the missed opportunity that was my infector. Had I been conscious after the attack, I could have stopped the orderlies from locking her in the roaming pen. What I would give for just one interview, a few simple questions of the plague-ridden woman who met her end that dawn. Of course, there is no guarantee she would have been any more helpful than my current crop of test subjects, mewling wretches. Few could be called enthusiastic. Given the nature of the tests, I cannot expect the same fervor from all, but a modicum of cooperation would be appreciated. Animals. The one called John went so far as to gnaw off his arm and escape into the floorboards like some feral rodent. I still hear him scurrying about at night. He must be making an atrocious mess.
sounds good. Chilling. Yeah, it's pretty good. I hope the mansion that Fred lives in has these spiral staircases like this. Only because you were in the way. Fair enough. I know, why would you ever want to go forwards in life? I can open that door. I can open this door. Oh, this leads me to where I was. Don't know why I'm doing this. Just felt like it.
After decades of solitary study into this affliction, I have learned that it is by no means mine alone. Indeed, the city is home to an entire society of similarly afflicted individuals with whom I've only recently made contact. They are an understandably standoffish sort, by and large, but I have been able to confirm with them that the condition is indeed vampirism, which apparently comes in a multitude of strains, each with a spectacular set of symptoms such as invisibility and even a sort of lycanthropy. Through numerous official interactions with the governing body of this secret society, I have concluded that their fundamental understanding of the vampiric condition is woefully lacking and mired in suspicion and pseudo-religious dogma that would make a Turk balk for its strictures. Indeed, they seemed impressed with my studies and the eloquence with which I was able to present them. Apparently, the typical sufferer of my particular strain of vampirism is far from the vanguard of the King's English. So impressed were they that they even offered me an office in their government, a rather high office by the sound of things. I believe I shall accept. If nothing else, it should provide a lofty vantage point from which to observe the breadth and epidemiology of the affliction so that I may move more expeditiously toward a cure.
Yeah, I'm sure that worked out. This is just a window. If that's what you mean. Because this game doesn't have mirrors. Okay. Just checking, there's like nothing else. Oh, look. Oh my goodness, I've actually figured something out for a change. Instead of having to look it up online. Chaos, like the mind, can be understood only through the scientific process. Order, however, is only as good as perception thereof. Time is the key that links the two and bears witness their ebb and flow. Chaos, yes. Are we gonna kill chaos? Nope, probably not. Do people like these kinds of puzzles? There you go, solved it. What an absolute genius. Yeah, right. God gamer. No, 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 no. Not true. Pure and utter balderdash. Well, there is that clip of me saying that it's pretty much confirmed now, so I guess I'm wrong. Captain Candlestick, that's what they call me. Oh my goodness. Well, I thought it was gonna hurt me. Ah, jeez. This is like 6 minutes ago. Oh, dang. Just blaze for it. I'll try. Locked. It would be good if I remembered where to go. Oh yeah, not this way. It is this way.
After decades of solitary study into this affliction, I have learned that it is by no means mine alone. Indeed, the city is home to an entire society of similarly afflicted individuals with whom I've only recently made contact. They are an understandably standoffish sort, by and large, but I have been able to confirm with them that the condition is indeed vampirism, which apparently comes in a multitude of strains.
Oh, I didn't know this was gonna stick with you. Thought you would have to hang out next to it and listen to it. And I noticed I missed one there, so.
Numerous official interactions with the governing body of this secret society, I have concluded that their fundamental understanding of the vampiric condition is woefully lacking and mired in suspicion and pseudo-religious dogma that would make a Turk balk for its strictures. Indeed, they seemed impressed with my studies and the eloquence with which I was able to present. I have accepted the role of Primogen for Clan Malkavian, the dreadfully winsome label applied to the particular strain of vampirism I suffer, so named for some supposed vampire father figure of old. More poppycock grown from a backward culture that seems interminably drawn to children's tales and the fiction of Victorian romance, when it should concern itself with the science behind their suffering. No matter, for I have taken this office for no greater reason than to advance my research. I must make mention, however, that even among my would-be peers in this governing body of vampires, the level of paranoia and superstition is frightening. Their intelligence is not the question, no, indeed. As they courted me for this appointment, I had to suspect that their overtures were hand-tailored to what must be my obvious infatuation with reason, for the devil would do well to have such honey-tongued tempters. Even so, I could not help but notice the dressing of language these vampire leaders chose for their siren song. Whether it is born of
Hold on.
habit,
Continue.
from addressing their unwashed, ill-educated subjects, or from their own deep-seated beliefs, their linguistic flourishes belie a faith in superstition over the providence of empirical reason that must be an all-pervasive theme in this society of darkest night. Damn it all, now I'm doing it too.
Where do I go next? Here, I think. It is good, yeah, it's really good. Ooh.
As I expand my dealings with the vampire government, I have encountered a disturbing new symptom of this affliction. Frequently, in conversation, I will hear voices emanating from other vampires, voices that are not their own, but which seem to have insight into their lives beyond what I could gather from simple conversation. These voices seem to echo from deep within my fellow vampires, and I cannot be certain if this symptom belongs to my strain of the illicit past. The voices are various and inconsistent. I dare not mention this symptom to my vampiric peers, for they have proven themselves true predators to whom I could be loath to reveal any sign of weakness. Indeed, these voices have counseled me against confessing their presence, and until I can confirm their source, I will listen. The information the voices have given me ranges from curious to frightening. The latter case is especially true of one powerful vampire whose name I shall not commit to recording in the interests of self-preservation.
Dirty stuff. Oh, rudely interrupted. Why? I keep missing? There we go. Weird. Epilepsy warning. Exactly, Fred. Let me just do a stealth kill. Don't know how he didn't hear me, but sure. Take it. A little bit of platforming, yeah. Game has it all. Blocked. Well, that was great. Enjoyed that. Indiana Bones. You have viewed the charred remains of Alistair Grout. You should probably inform the prince about his demise.
They load be cleansed by the flames!
Grout's dead, who the hell are you?
Out is dead? Pity it could not be by my hand. No matter. Soon your self-made kings and false prophets and all who bear the mark of the beast will be washed from the earth for the coming of the Lord.
Yeah, definitely. Faces are pretty magical. Let's discuss this.
Babble your native tongue in the pits of the abyss. I will not hear it anymore.
But
As you burn, tell them it was Grünfeld Bach who sent your damned soul to that lake of fire. All agents of Satan shall return to whence they came. Let this righteous display serve as a promise to all who serve the archfiend Lacroix. I'm coming for you, Lacroix. By the power of the Lord, I will cleanse your black soul.
whatever. Is that a future boss fight? I'm on fire, but it's not really. Oh. I was gonna say, it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. It is. I was wrong. Agents of Satan. They work at Walmart, really? You learn something new every day. I think the day that me and Fred aren't on the same wavelength will be the end. The end of the world. That's a good question, Illuminati. My favorite is Fever 105. Isn't that the number? That's my favorite. Yeah, I can't really argue with that. I mean, if you have any of them as your favorite, I wouldn't really argue with that. Yeah. Oh no, the lift's not working. Chunk, give me permission, please.
Evening there. Something burning? Ooh, smells like someone burnt the burgers.
Never mind that. I need to see LaCroix.
Sure, I'll open her up for you. Jeez, I could go for one of them double-spaced burgers with the onions and the cheese and some bacon and a guacamole. Ooh.
Thanks.
The Primogens still haven't been contacted by Grout. I thought I made it clear that you were not supposed to come back until we had heard from him.
Grout's dead.
Grout's dead? What?
Who's back? He tried to burn me up and he really hates you.
Every time I think he's lost the scent. So, Buck killed Grout to draw me out.
It seems like Grout was already dead when he arrived.
Buck is a hunter. They stalk and kill our kind to appease their god. But like many mortals, their so-called faith is nothing but a conduit through which they quench their killing urge. Who else would have killed Grout?
On my way in.
Are you sure it was Nines Rodriguez? Because if it was, the consequences... Do you know where this might lead? Do you really have any idea?
I'm positive it was Nines. This may mean more with the Anarchs, is that right?
It means... Under most circumstances, I would call a blood hunt on the murderer immediately. However, the Anarchs of this city may interpret such an action to be a declaration of war. I do not want a war with them. This decision will take some time.
Captain Dramatic,
I need to confer
yeah.
with the Primogen on this. In the meantime, I've come to a decision on the Ankaran sarcophagus, and I believe that for the safety of the inhabitants of this city, we need to place the sarcophagus under Camarilla protection until its contents can be confirmed. You're becoming quite indispensable to me. So, out of all my available personnel, I'm going to entrust the retrieval of the sarcophagus to you. It was quietly delivered to the Museum of Natural History a few hours ago.
I'll go at once.
The manifest from the Dane shows there was a small box from the same dig on board, but it was listed as missing. Keep an eye open for it. It may have been overlooked. It's crucial we get the sarcophagus in our possession within the next few hours.
All of these tasks have left me a little short on cash.
Yes, of course. Here. I can't have one of my representatives running around ill-equipped for their task.
Yeah, Wonga. So what do I do now?
Here are the keys to the front door of the museum. The sarcophagus should be in an examination room of some sort. There's a small security staff on site, but I don't want a massacre. Mortals are just as easy to deceive as they are to kill. There is a degree of immediacy attached to this task. Work fast. And, as on the Dane, you are not to open the Ankaran sarcophagus for any reason. Excuse me.
Okay. The Prince would appreciate you taking the Ankaran sarcophagus from the museum and bringing it to him for safekeeping, and do it without killing anyone, if possible. Don't know about that part, like, we'll see. It seems straightforward enough to not kill people. You can just kind of run past a lot of enemies in this, it seems like. That's how I dealt with the boat scenario anyway. I don't even know where that is.
Where to?
Museum, it's on the map. Okay. I'm probably going to leave it there. I think that's the best place to leave it, because I've been gone for like 10 years. But yeah. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord if you want.
Hey there, need a date?
And yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out and being terrific as always. I'll pause the game. Let's see, twitch.television. Let's see, twitch.television. Okay. Well. I'll see you guys again probably tomorrow. Is that alright? Any objections to that? Yeah. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day / night. And yeah, have a good one. Yeah, probably doing more of this unless something crazy happens. You know what I mean? So yeah. Thanks everyone. And see you guys again soon. Bye bye.